Welcome to our very first Mario Maker stream on Nintendo Switch 2. As we await the first submissions in today's viewer level queue, we're going to take a look at a level that we actually played several years ago. I couldn't find my recording of this. It's buried somewhere in late 2021, and we just haven't dug it out yet. But it did manage to locate the level itself, which is Clockwork by Ozymandias. Check out my TikTok. And there is a particular reason that we want to kick things off on Nintendo Switch 2 with this level, if it is the one that I'm thinking of, and if I'm remembering correctly. So we had, once again, previously cleared it quite a long time ago. It is not very widely played or noticed. Let's take a look. Cleared by... Here we are. With a couple of other people that we recognize from the streaming community way back then. Some of them still active, some of them not. But we do want to check this out again, and let's see how it looks. So you have a ticking clock here. We've got a couple of coins to collect. And as you can see, it looks like a fairly ordinary firebar dodging level where we just need to beat the timer. And of course, there's some kind of screen setup going on here as well. Eventually, it's going to let us get out of here. We need to survive a few cycles first. And Mario, welcome. And yeah, it has a sub 1% clear rate. Like I said, we had cleared it before many years ago. But there is a very noticeable difference between the way the level looks here and the way it looks on Switch 2. Oh, we have to hit Boom Boom for the key, don't we? Yeah, I forgot that we actually do, in fact, need to whack him 3 times. No wonder we were just running around in circles. No, it's not on a timer. It's on hitting Boom Boom for the key, of course. And we'll just try to rotate around a little more accurately. Okay. And if we can actually survive more than one room of this, if not several, then we'll talk about what it is exactly I'm trying to show off by recording this here. Again, as you can see, there's some kind of setup going off on the side. And I really did wish I could recover my original footage of this. It is somewhere on our YouTube now that I have all my VODs there, but I didn't really have time to comb through all of my videos from like 2021, which was one of the heavier periods of Mario Maker streaming on this channel. But yeah, it's consists of a series of rooms that look like these clocks. We rotate around them. And let's just boom boom 3 times and hopefully not get caught by every muncher along the way. And my name is Celestial Ludenberg, if I'm reading that correctly. Thank you for joining the queue. We're just currently playing through a bit of a warm-up level. It's one that I cleared many years ago in a slightly different form. So we won't necessarily stick with it too long. We'll get to you before too long, I hope. Oh, missed Boom Boom. Let's try to whack him. Oh, and I keep bumping into this block that we're supposed to hit from below, of course. But I'm going to try to at least make it past the first room here and not jump into the muncher every time. Okay. As you can see, there's a bit of a setup with a chain chomp that's going off stream. I keep jumping into this muncher on the side. It's very exactly placed to bait me into doing that. I keep trying to pull back on that too, but the thing is, we just keep catapulting right into it. Where Mario just hitting that Muncher in the face. We have to remember not to be thrown off too much by the spikes, because in Maker 2 at least, the semi-solids take priority. It's not the case in Maker 1. One of the most noticeable differences between the two, in fact. That takes some adjustment. Not that people have played much Maker 1 in recent years. But we should remember that it is okay to just kind of step off the side of this platform and just not bump into every single block. So yeah, we'll try to get into the second room. At least, because there is something specific that I mean to point out with this. Okay. Again, let's just go off to the side. Okay. And of course we die right there, just as I'm trying to rush my way past the fire bar and to the key door. That's the furthest we've gone so far, though, on this room. So let's try not to slip up too much around the edges here. It's very playable, it just takes a little bit of effort. Nope. And a little bit more precision than what we're showing here. I don't think I actually whacked him that time. Which is a little too bad. Yeah. Just gonna get a single tap on him. Just need to control this a little bit better. And then, here we go, second room. Now let's see. You know who your favorite party member is in Paper Mario 2? Either Miss Mouse or Yoshi? Yeah, what color Yoshi did you have and what did you name it, out of interest? Okay, so you can see this whole level is kind of clock themed here. And we have these boos that we need to run around. In each of these successive rooms. And as you can see, there's always this chain chomp that's off to the side and doing something. And I'll let you know what in just a moment. Particularly if we bail on this level. Yeah, because as you can see, it's quite tricky. It's quite a lot trickier than we would have seen previously. And the reason is... well, I don't know if I should spoil it just yet, but let's try to go through here. You see, given the speed here, you're not supposed to wait for the entire boo ring. You are supposed to jump through the gaps. And instead of clearing it, I might show off some of the other rooms just so we can see the other ones in sequence. Because, as you can see, fairly difficult timing to make. Oop. So you might wonder, how on earth are we supposed to go through this accurately and exit with a coin? Well, let's take a look at some of the other rooms. Like this one here. And we will get to the viewer queue in just a moment. Yeah, as you can see, you've got a couple of different rooms that you need to pass. You always have to chain chomp kind of going off on the side. Nope, no, that's just a checkpoint recycler. Let's just go back into the other side. Yeah, I use Ms. Mouse quite a bit in the run that I did through the remake. So I streamed a badge point only run with the Thousand Year Door remake last year. And as you get later into the game, the armor piercing effect of Ms. Mouse becomes critical in a couple of key moments, at least the way I was playing it. So. In that run, for reasons that will be obvious to anybody who has played Paper Mario, I had that sort of white, light bluish Yoshi, and I named it Dupless. Okay, so as you can see, one-way panel maze over here. A little bit tricky to visualize quickly. And yeah, the added fights in the remake, both of them were really quite a lot of fun to work with. The Prince Mush one took a little while for me because, you know, we were never actually that well practiced at the super guard. And it's the one thing we've ever seen in the game which absolutely requires you to super guard. Because, well, I mean, if you're playing a 10 HP run especially, you're never going to be in a situation where guarding by itself is going to do the job in that fight, so we got pretty good at super guarding by the end of that one. Okay, so I'm not going to actually finish this level. Like I said, I finished it many years ago, and it felt much easier at the time, and the reason is this. Notice the chain chomps that kind of dip off the side of the level. There is a bit of an off-screen setup that happens in each of these rooms. And if I remember correctly, it's because this is a lag machine level. So the original concept for this, if I remember correctly, is that you actually experience slowdown as you are going through each room in this level. And then it actually kind of makes this playable, because even though Mario is not particularly responsive, the level slows down by just enough that you can meaningfully navigate. Now, if you're a skilled player, you can still do this. But it was never clear checked this way, and it was never really originally meant to be cleared this way. And I think that were it uploaded in this form today, as in if you just had the identical thing going on here without the chain chomps on the side, then I think the clear rate would be substantially lower, because, again, precision people can do this. I absolutely can't. Anyway, let's get into the queue. But I just wanted to show that off, because the thing that people tested right away about a Nintendo Switch 2 is that the bump in processing power has allowed Mario Maker to run setups that were formerly the lag machine setups at full speed. And generally those levels are just, you know, the kind of really interminable, grindy ones, like the one that we spent an hour on a couple weeks ago, which was a bit of an experience and a bit of a waste of everybody's time. But one that we saw for probably the last time, because now that's only, 500 seconds long instead of extended over the course of an hour or more. This level I remembered because it's probably one of the only levels using a lag machine setup that I've seen that was actually kind of thoughtfully designed around a slowdown as something that you're expected to use to your advantage. And it'll be interesting to see if somebody can get in here and really clear the whole thing at full speed. Now that I've actually looked at it, I think somebody who's, you know, a decent precision player can do it with enough time just working it out. But it is significantly harder in this form. So. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the thing about Dupless, Celestial Ludenberg, is that, you know, nobody really remembers the fight for necessarily the difficulty of the original fight. It's more that it is, for reasons, again, that are obvious to anybody who has actually played Thousand Year Door, just an extremely memorable sequence in terms of just, you know, pulling something on the player you don't normally see. Let's get into the queue, and we'll talk about it more then, because I want to show off something specific about Switch 2 now that we are getting into the next level as well. Which is, if I get into the keyboard here, so I normally play, as you can see in the bottom left corner, on the Super Nintendo controller. The thing that is maybe not very pleasant about playing on a main display rather than a portable display of Mario Maker is that you can't touch the keyboard for easy keyboard entry. Enter the Nintendo Switch 2. Now watch this. Look who's on player 2. It took me longer than I should have to realize this. I don't know if a lot of other streamers have picked up on this yet. I'm sure they have, especially if they actually use Joy-Cons as their main. But even if I'm using my main controller in Mario Maker as player 1, I can just zip in here with the Joy-Con mouse, and we now have very convenient level code entry. Because even though the mouse is not officially supported in Mario Maker 2, the keyboard works at the OS level. And so because the keyboard is just part of the universal keyboard that's in the Nintendo Switch 2 OS, you can just dive there and with the mouse. And it's true of any game that actually uses a keyboard, even if the rest of the game does not have the mouse support patched in yet. So, okay, so it's actually Celestia Ludenberg, not Celestial Udenberg, right? Because maybe that's one thing to get clear. But Descriptivist seems to have said it is Celestia Ludenberg, and that perhaps it's a reference I don't totally get. Anyway. Welcome to Dr. Wily's Fortress. Will that yellow block monster be there? Well, let's find out. This is a throwback to a level from 2020 based on Mega Man 1. Yeah, it's funny, Descriptivist, because I'd been using the Joy-Con in mouse mode for simple things like keyboard entry and browsing the system. Oh, you've got the Mega Man selection screen. Look at this. And it took me far longer than I should have to realize that the obvious application of it. Dr. Wily. Here. In the form of Ludwig, played by Ludwig. Now, the obvious application of it is just to use it for level codes, right? Oh. And let's slip under here. So yeah, I wonder how complete a Mega Man 1 tribute this will be. Okay, here we go. We'll let them hop. And we'll let this one hop and totally fail to sneak under. Yeah, I played through most of classic Mega Man a long time ago. And... well, the first three anyway. I don't think I ever really got through 4, 5, 6. And I played a fair bit of 9 and 11, but at some point I should actually go back to fill in 10. Anyway, we need the gate to open over here. We probably need another spike ball to maybe give me a little bit more than that. Okay, that's a lot better. Let's get out ahead of that. I feel like that is something that could easily be broken, but that's okay. Let's go through here. I really enjoyed 11, actually, and I find that it's too bad that we have gone so long without a follow-up, because I think it came out back in 2018 or so? 2017 or 18. It was near the early life of the Switch 1, as I recall. And there were a few things about it as you got to Wily's Castle in particular that felt like they, definitely sort of rushed it to completion, but still really quite a fine game. But yeah, 9 I remember I loved on a Wii, but we just completely missed out on 10. I just wasn't with my console at the time that it came out, and it just sort of slipped by unnoticed. At some point we should get back into it. Anyway. But yeah, I think had more of an attachment to classic mainline Mega Man than to Mega Man X or any of the other series. Okay, I guess... oh, no, we shouldn't do that, but we can grab another boot, so... However, we do need to reposition and just have it smash up everything over here. Nope. That's a little better. Now, why would it give me these panels over here? I think we should still go under then. And we'll just stomp them. And get them out of the way, and hopefully not lose the boot too easily here. Descriptive is you're asking me if I used the name Bomber Bill. Is that the thing that they renamed the Bonsai Bill to? Because I know that sort of officially the Bonsai Bill, as of at least the film, is not referred to as Bonsai Bill anymore, or so I'm told. But, you know, considering that we still refer to lava bubbles as potaboos and sometimes note blocks as jump blocks, I think, we're not exactly the most open to adjustment. And yeah, you were saying Mega Man 8 was available on Saturn and PS1, yeah. I remember I tried a little bit of Mega Man 8 in one of the later collections that was released and just never got into it. And up we go. Yeah, I know Capcom kind of did some things that were strange. Oh, here's the Yellow Devil. Nice implementation, rather, of the Yellow Devil. We should not hit those. Yeah, okay. Oh, now I know. Because it's going to cycle around on the track. Oh, we need to hit the on-off. Let's be careful here, then. Yeah, interesting way of putting this fight in the game. Whoop. But then, does that manipulate the tracks? We definitely don't want to do that. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. No, we need to drop the P-switch. Once you drop the P-switch, this P-switch essentially shatters the Yellow Devil by turning him into empty P-blocks. Yeah, very clever way of doing this. So yeah, you need to hit the on-off switch a few times to drop the P, and then get crushed by all of this. Not hit it accidentally either. Whoop. Nope, bad idea. Yeah, the problem is actually when this boost cycle around the track, because they do, and well, yeah, that's not great. Really good representation of this boss, though, for sure. And you're saying, you know what you liked about the Mario movie, the cameo of Big Bob-omb. Oh, you mean like the King Bob-omb from 64? I'm trying to remember. I saw the film once in the cinema, but obviously there's so much visual detail packed into it that I don't remember everything that was included. But yeah, if you mean the King Bob-omb from Bob-omb Battlefield, and I think I recall. Okay, we need to find a way up that... Well, first of all, you can kind of crouch under the lowest level because the track won't squish you. Yeah, the P-switch is going to remove the Yellow Devil, and it's also going to open up the P door to the right, which you'd want to get quickly before expiry, because even though more Ps would come out of the pipe to the left, you don't want to hit switches all day to send that down now. Yeah, we can do some consecutive taps here. That would be great. And here we go. Yeah, at this point, you know, Maker 2 has been around so long that I do appreciate it when we still see so many interesting creations from its most vibrant period. Around 2020 or so. Oh, no. Hang on. I was trying to sneak under, and that did not go well at all. And we were so close to getting the P-switch here, too. Oh, now and this is total wreck. Now we're just flailing. Oh. And the thing is, if you hit the blocks, they slow down, too, because they're on wings, and so... With one hit left to go, that completely fell apart. Descriptivist, you're saying if you say chicken jockey around 7-year-olds, they'll chant it in an incessant chorus. I'm not particularly surprised. I don't know why you'd say that in the first place. Unless it's like a local chicken shop or something, you know, let's get some wings from Chicken Jockey. Or unless you're racing chickens as a chocobo rider or something. which seems to be... Oh, I was trying to duck there, too late. And yeah, I did see the Sonic 3 film as well. I'm not very familiar with 3D Sonic at all. I replayed through the classic 2D series plus Mania earlier this year. And I was always kind of a late comer to the series anyway. It's not something I seriously grew up with, and I kind of started taking a serious look at Sonic again after Mania, because Mania is just a fantastic game. But I don't know the 3D stuff like Sonic Adventure all that well, and so... in spite of that, I didn't feel like I was, you know, being left out of some of the more interesting choices in the third Sonic film. Even though I understand there's quite a lot of 3D era Sonic Adventure fan service in it. Oh. Okay, let's be careful here when we get a bit stuck. Oh, no, bad idea. Well, at least the boos are rotating on a slow part of the track, but they will come back. And we'll just need to dodge them and... Oh, missed a crouch. You're saying they need a film of God of War? Yeah, but will it be a single shot long take, or at least the illusion of one that they tried to pull in God of War 2018? That's the question. Which I actually still haven't played, but from the perspective of, you know, following film style, that was something that was kind of notable in terms of what they were trying to do with that. In some ways, it's kind of seemingly less impressive in video games than it is when, you know, you actually have a massive logistical nightmare of a set to manage. But whoops. But it was still aesthetically something that I found rather striking. And I did watch a fair bit of game on stream, too. To see how that was incorporated. Whoop. Hang on. Where did the P-switch even go? Did I accidentally tap it? Yeah, I should be careful if I double tap it accidentally in such a way that blows up the P-switch. We need to give the P-switch room to come out. And it is through a slow blue pipe, so we actually should not double tap the first switch. We need the P-switch to come out successfully, and I wasn't even watching it. Oh, what did I just say? Don't double tap it until the P-switches come out. Whoops. Yeah, now it comes out. Yeah, we need to wait for the alert on it first, and... Oh. Yeah, and we got pushed. Well, we just need to do this quickly enough where the boos all cycle back. One more tap would have done it. And 06i, welcome. And yeah, Celestia Ludenberg, you're saying you loved the charge shot that was introduced in Mega Man 4. Like I said, I don't remember if I played 4. I might have dipped into it in one of the collections once, but I don't have as clear a memory of it as I do of 1, 2, 3. Like 1, 2, 3, 9, and 11 are the ones I feel like I actually properly know, but I'm sure I might have dipped into 4 at one point. Whoops. Oh. Nope. Just have to be really careful here. We do have time. Okay. Now let's not get squished, and let's get out of here. THX. And thanks for the level. But yeah, descriptive is one of the things that was notable about God of War 2018 is that it tries to emulate being a one-take film. Now, in reality, of course, you know, there are some transitions that disguise that, and also that if you're practically playing the game, obviously you're going to be dipping in and out of menus, and you're probably not also going to sit through it continuously for, I don't know, 30 hours or whatever, unless you're a serious speedrunner. But the idea behind it was to kind of give everything this continuous sense of space that you get from things like long shots in cinema. And so it's pretty fun to watch, even if you're not playing the game yourself. And it was something that I think was heavily promoted about the game in the run-up towards its release. Okay. And yeah, thank you once again for the levels, Celestial Ludenberg. You're saying that you liked God of War 3, best in the series. Again, that's not one I've played, but I actually have watched some footage of... I think I remember that that's the one that has the big Poseidon fight at the beginning, right? If I don't have them all mixed up. I know there's these big set pieces that I've probably seen come up in other videos and supercuts and so on through the years. Descriptive is, have I ever completed a level without distinction? Yeah, almost certainly. Okay, Mil Moose 4. If you are still here, please check in. I'm just going to check the chat quickly. I do see that you're potentially still here, so I'll enter the level code. I'd like to hear people speak up in chat when they are called, but let me just see how many people are packed behind you, because sometimes we just kind of rotate to people that I know for sure are here if somebody's AFK. But I'll punch in the code, and if it's something quick, we'll just do it anyway. Especially now that putting in codes is easy. But if we don't hear from Milmoose, and we'll possibly just rotate one spot to Crafty Pixel first, since we know they are for sure here. That's just how we usually run things around here. I know that people do occasionally go AFK or watch multiple streams where they're queued or do other things like that, so we try to be lenient. And you are here? Great. That's why I waited. And speaking of chicken, were we just talking about something like chicken jockeys? Yeah. Allez voir petit poulet avant de te faire plumer. So let's fly through this one. Poly Race 3. And it's got a 0.58 on it. It's got a world record of about 1:45. We'll see how we do. Abiotics, welcome. Okay, yeah, no, we need to take off properly here, of course. And then we need to... Yeah, okay, that's at least safe. We're not under time pressure. And then we need to pull back to get a float. I'm just doing it a bit late. And then we'll get a dive. Oh. And then we just need to pull up a little more accurately at the arrow. Okay. We do want to get into a bigger dive so we can actually pull up properly here. Yep. Let's get out. Yeah, we probably need to move forward a little bit there before we try to pull up, given that I'm not making it over that column. Yeah, we want to trace our way through those coins first, and then here it looks like we just need to maybe spin into the pokey and retrieve the key from it from that point. Whoops. And a little low that time. Yeah, we'll try to be a little bit more accurate on the arrows. You did suggest to use the marks. A little early. Okay. And then, whoops, hit that a bit early. Let me Because we are supposed to spin into it. I think the Poke will probably give us the key. We might be late getting into the dive initially. That's why we're a little too vertical against that wall. We follow the arrows a bit more accurately than... Very good. Oh, except... Yeah, I did have to manually whip it for the head there. Hang on. I feel like maybe I should have done a spin here. This was supposed to be a drop to Shackle the Munchers, right? Okay, I think I'm probably dead and locked here then. Because you got this Muncher at the end here. It looks like it's probably supposed to be spin out of that, but that's okay. We'll just have to take the death here, I think, because you land right on top of the Wookiee. Yeah, given the nature of that gate here, I think it's clearly supposed to be a spin out. But we'll find out. Oh, I was trying to dive down here, we missed. And that's unfortunate because if you miss, then you're not going anywhere. Yeah, up to the top corner and then we try to dive in. That's the way it's supposed to go because then we actually get enough distance to get the dive. Well, as long as we're getting the first section a little bit cleaner. Nope. But yeah, up to the top corner and then we pull back. Maybe not. But then if it's not a spin, how do you get through this bit? And... because this is the kind of mark that usually implies something like a drop. Well, let's think about this. And Muncher on the right, too. I wonder... oh, whoops. Nope. Hang on. Not quite. Damage reduced and POW. Where am I seeing the POW? Oh, look at that. I actually hit it accurately from the hinge. Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, you mean POW as in like the stomp, right? Yeah, yeah. That should have been the stomp we just missed. Yeah, because with a damage boost, we can actually still get out into the run, and we're fine. That's right. And this is supposed to be just a death spot. It's conveniently placed. Oh. Let's take a dive. Yeah, no spin required. We'll just stomp it the usual way. Nope. Nope. A little too early on that, but that's okay. We almost got it. If I jumped a little bit while we were invincible, then we would have whipped it completely. Made it just fine. Nope. Hang on. How come we didn't get the whole stomp there? But... yeah, because I was trying to jump out here and then stomp. I wonder what happened there. Yeah, but oh, I guess because it registered that as damage before I actually hit the ground. That's almost certainly why. All right. Well, we can just get Muncher crushed, or we can drop out here. It's okay. Just take some practice. Oh. Yeah, it's cleaner if you just bump directly into it, but we have rarely been able to get that, so... There we go, finally. Crouch over here. That probably just means whip, whip, whip to get across. Or... Well, let's see. Down... Oh yeah, I guess we just crouch jump. And we just try to float across. Oh, and try not to get crushed. Unfortunately, losing the cape here probably means we lose. Yeah, because here you're supposed to whip through this. That's the cape check. Okay, pretty close. Reasonably close. Nope. Not quite. Pretty satisfying when you do take it accurately, especially with that bump on the pokey at the end. Oh, nope, missed. Yeah, I hit the wall too early. I was trying to reverse into the stomp, and we reversed too late, so it did not go. Let's try it again. Whoops. I'm glad that just whipping it directly as a contingency works just as well. Oh, no, wrong. But yeah, jumping across and moreover, hitting your head on the one-way panel, because the one-way panel protects you on the way up, is what you need to do to succeed there. We did hit our head on one-way panel when we made the jump successfully and just overshot in that earlier attempt. And so we'll try to keep that in mind. And let's enter. There we go. Nope. How did we do this previously without making contact? We were fine. Anyway. Yeah, I was standing too far from the edge, I think. Get right up along the edge. Oops. You can tell I'm not in any sense a precision player. Yeah, it looked like checkpoint 1 was near if the green pipe passage was any visual indication. No. Let's practice this. Yeah, so you just need to, well, as you can see, yeah, just practice it that way. Just a very, very light tap. Let's go this way. Hey, that's feeling cleaner. Let's go for the lightest of taps. Nope. Not quite. Yeah, I have to have an extremely minimal jump in that spot where we've been having trouble. Nope, not quite. Just dipping a little too low. And we'll swipe it. Oh, just didn't get enough of a run there before I jumped. Alright, let's take a dip. go. Nice and accurate. What surface do I use to mouse mode in? Just a table. In fact, one thing that I learned from the Welcome Tour is that apparently it's perfectly fine to use the mouse even just on your lap. Obviously the tracking isn't going to be the best, but just for, you know, very simple purposes like selecting menus and such. It is something that was designed with the TV play in mind. People's various setups, be it on their couches or whatever. Yeah, no, I just have it on my streaming desk here. No separate mouse pad. I haven't used a mouse pad in a very long time, even with just regular mice. Yeah, let's practice down here first. Just practice to jump input. Maybe if I am slightly out. Too high. Nope. No, I think we need to be closer. Let's try it one tall again. Oops. Yeah, we're trying to tap the button as gently as we can, but whoops. Clearly isn't going as well as we'd like. Oop. It's funny because the first time I had no trouble at all and didn't even think about that. But yeah, I play Mario Maker with the Super Nintendo controller, but we have the Joy-Con 2 mouse going on for the code entry today. Nope, that was as light as I could. Did not go. Yeah, I just need the lightest of taps. I'll try to do it. There we go. Okay, now we need to crouch jump here. Hit the one-way panel and sail our way across without overshooting. Good. And now we need to whip the blocks on the right as we go down. Oh, come on. Hey. Are you kidding? How? Oh, I see. Okay. But now I'm kind of stuck. Okay. Didn't even think this would be a problem. I guess as long as you're on top of the block, it's not going to close on you, but... Here we go. Oh, now you actually have to be careful with this. Jump towards it and that's fine. Naturally, but then, you know, we're at checkpoint, so... You just need to not touch those before you've touched the flag, so... Here we are. Also, this whole area on the top left here, clearly that's some kind of opening. Hang on. Let's... oh no, it's just this slot here. Okay, never mind. Now this is a spin fly challenge. Let's do it. And then we actually want to hit all that accurately. Good. Now, why would we want... Oh, maybe that's not supposed to be a spin, but... That's okay. We'll take it down slowly and follow the track and see what happens. When we get near the end... Big feather over there. Let's follow. Gracefully, and then there we go, except... Oh, we needed a dive. Okay, yeah, it is a dive. Alright, I guess now we know. I dodged all the trolls. What trolls? I guess we'll find out. Well, I mean, for one thing, let's actually make it across. Whoops. So okay, we're starting right here at checkpoint. We'll just try it again. Oh, nope, let go a little bit too early here. It's okay, we'll just... Oh, it's funny, because if you just let him crush this, then he can just open up the block here for you, except by that point we're already too far. As the spike is on the third block, yeah, you can't really activate that in advance and try to get him to break everything himself. Be a little too precision-oriented anyway. Okay, let's actually get to the end this time, and then... Okay. Oh, I see. No, you're supposed to bounce down, and then you kind of do the back fly over here, and then you stomp. Once you're all the way on the left. Like, you kind of pull backwards to the left once you bounce. And then you can push forward into the stomp down below. So... we'll try to do that. Just hold all the way over. Okay. Nope. We are supposed to not be in the dive at that point. We should be in the kind of forward float stage. Float all the way back, then you push forward here. And then you kind of need to do so accurately enough to not hit the muncher. That's the crushing muncher over there. Oh, so you're saying that the trolls were before I hit CB1. Well, the blocks around it, I guess, with the munchers. Unless there were some other ones that I also completely skipped. Nope, no. I kind of need to pull into it, but then hold right. Or rather, like, float into it somehow. And unfortunately, we do need to be in a diveable state here, or we just can't proceed. This is the dive target. It stomps the munchers out of the way, and then we need to be careful with entering those blocks there. Nope. Let's hold into this a little bit longer. Okay. I haven't quite been making it here. Yeah, let's just make sure we hold the spin all the way through. And leave the platform closer to the edge here, too. I've been dropping off... I am holding all the way to the end, but I'm dropping off a little too early, possibly because I'm getting into the flight too early. But let's just improve at it a little bit. There we go. That's clean. And then we dive... Oh, no. So I do need to pull back out of that somehow. That's approximately what I should be going for, but I should be maybe hitting the springs even a little bit higher than that. And 06i will talk about that in just a moment. So yeah, I'm losing that here. I should be hitting the springs higher. I can't really pull left there because it... Oh, maybe I can, if I'm facing in that direction. Let's try to do this a little bit more cleanly, so we can follow the curve. Yeah, 06i, you said you found a 1000-year door character notepad you can get with platinum points. There are a lot of the physical rewards where they're interesting, but I sometimes wonder if they're just too kind of fragile or disposable, you know. Things that you use and can't use again. Yeah, I can adjust during the drop. We just haven't really thought about the pullback very well yet. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Because then we go against the wall here and we adjust slowly over here. Nope, missed it. We need to go a little bit higher there. There are two lines there for a reason. Because you need to be just high enough to get a nice clean angle past the muncher there. Follow the lines, we should be able to do it, but let's first of all leave this jump late enough to not get into trouble. Nope, hang on. Still jumping too early there. Nope. Missed the spike balls. That's okay. Nope. Yeah, a little out of position that time. We've done it very cleanly before. We just need to replicate that by accurately bouncing on the small spike balls that spawn on the top right. Nope. Missed it. I think something's a little off about my timing relative to how I was doing this earlier. But anyway, let's take the death here and continue. Nope. Yeah, we really kind of need to leave the edge of the conveyor belt for this to work successfully, but there's a slight inconsistency to how I'm doing it in terms of catching the spike balls here. There we go. Too low. Yeah, I backed off a bit that time to try to land on a spike ball, but I actually just need a bit of a faster drop towards them. And nope, too low. Yeah, just trying to find a reliable method to get that interaction back that we did successfully earlier. No, we don't want to just hang left. I'm just trying to find exactly what kind of pocket we need after bopping the spiny on the right. Nope, missed. Yeah, we need to hit and get enough height on those with a full bounce to get as far as spinning our way through the spike. We just haven't been able to do it. Nope, I think I'm maybe pulling left a little too soon. But I'm just trying to figure out what timing we did hit earlier. Oh, there we go, that's a little better. Good. Nope, I let go into that for some reason. That's not good. Yeah, because we want to pull back and bounce into that, obviously. And get to dive here. Also notice, we'll need to figure out what's going on with the water segment after that, and that's too soon. I knew that was too soon when I left that jump. Because you got the water segment down below with all the piranhas. I feel like there are a few things that we don't necessarily remember off the top of our head about the cape and water interaction. Oh, nope. No, you needed full momentum all the way back without hitting the corner. Let's just... I mean, any one of those munchers could be a crushing point to conveniently take you out early. However, when you do a stomp here, it's going to lower all of the piranhas by one spot, right? So you have the piranhas down below. And I wonder if there's any opportunity to do some kind of second flight there. Probably not, given the muncher on the track blocking you. Oops. But of course, otherwise you'll need to swim through fire piranhas, and that could be... Well, I mean, they can be whipped, though. So maybe it's not too much of a problem. Nope. Nope, hit the corner, not good. Yeah, we don't want to pull back completely there just yet. Yeah, we'll see what to do with the water segment when we get to it. But as long as we get the stomp accurately there, then I think the rest will follow. Nope. Yeah, again, pulling left a little too early. Yeah, reversing onto wall works better momentum-wise. Nope. We want to actually hit that a little lower then because we're hitting the corner on the wall opposite the springs and we want to make sure we dodge around that, so... We're actually pulling back a little too aggressively. And bouncing off the springs too high. Well, yeah, we'll see what we do when we get to the swimming segment. Oh, no, missed it. Let's just try to do this a bit more reliably. Pushing against the wall just a tiny bit longer would help here. Push against the wall and then back out. Much cleaner. Nope, and then we unfortunately did the reversal incorrectly. I have to have a pretty specific input here to get the backward float that we're looking for. Yeah, all these munchers in the left are eliminated by the stomp. But then this muncher here on the track, I think, precludes you from doing any kind of run there to try to cheese piranhas with a second stomp. Okay, much cleaner. Now let's make sure we get this bit. Good. Okay. Let's be careful here. Whoop. Now we can stomp on this, but then we have a problem. Because we would need to swim, maybe, and then... Yeah, we need to swim pretty well here. Lead them up, and then... Yeah, because I don't think we can get a second flight and stomp against these. Because I want to whip those. We can whip the fire, though. I think. No, oh, whoops. Guess not. Well, let's see what's ahead. Let's just scout. Or not. Oh, whoops. Too early. Yeah, you were saying I landed on a side with spring on that earlier attempt when I kind of got taken out of the... Whoops. Flight form. Unexpectedly. Yeah, but we kind of pushed in, but then landed on the corner of another one, I guess. Okay, much better. There we go. Surprisingly clean. Nope. Just trying to swim through it. Yeah, because you are supposed to whip them, I think. And then whip your way through. However, Chomp here is going to give us a little bit of trouble. No, not really going to get through that when we're not big. I just wanted to scout ahead to see what was there. Obviously, we're not going to make it through without a cape. Oops. And Mortis, welcome. Thanks for joining the queue. Hopefully we won't keep you waiting for too long. And thank you for the follow. Okay, let's pull back. Let's try to get a nice, accurate entry here. There we go. Complete with fireworks. Yeah, so we can whip our way through. But we need to be really careful. Oh, nope. Not careful enough. Yeah, I feel like we do need to whip our way through one at a time. That's really the only way that will go. You think I should press Y and B at the same time? Yeah, I guess it would be maybe a little less intense. Whoops. Ran into the spike. That doesn't happen often. Yeah, because then you get a kind of spin swim. A little bit of cape tech that we are not often tested on. Oops. Okay, here we are. And we'll head up the curve until we hit the wall. And then pretty much right here... Oh, nope, missed it for once. I was hoping we'd catch it, but... I feel like most of the time we just narrowly dodge that corner. But just a slight inconsistency that time did cost us the attempt. Whoops. Okay. Oh, let's back up for a moment. Let's just do this again properly. Get up here. And then adjust this way, and we'll just be a little more careful here. Yeah, second arrow there gives you a really fairly accurate entry. Link in time, I am using mouse mode for the keyboard entry and only the keyboard entry. Mouse is of course not officially supported in Maker 2 yet, but it is supported at the OS level, which is all we need to have the keyboard work out. So, yeah, this is a little bit of cape play that we just never really have to use. And because when are you ever going to see this tested except in this level or other levels like it? Okay. Oh, no, oh, I was trying to grab that and we missed. Well, so much for that, because I was trying to grab that for a nice easy swim and then... Well, let's scout ahead, because we blew that attempt when we were in what seemed like the safe spot. And here we just need to float down gently. We don't really need to rush it. Let's do that. Nope. Yeah, link time. The reason the screen is different is because the keyboard is just the built-in keyboard on the Switch, which is true of almost every keyboard entry that I've seen in Nintendo Switch games. But a prominent exception, I think, is actually the keyboard entry in the Thousand Year Door remake, which, if you know why that is relevant in Chapter 4 of the game, there are reasons why it has a kind of graphical keyboard that is part of the game, just like it was in the GameCube original. But I think in almost every other circumstance that I can think of, whenever something calls for keyboard entry on the Switch, it does bring up the OS keyboard. And if it does, that means that on Switch 2 it brings up the OS keyboard that supports mouse, even if the game itself does not support mouse. And yeah, Cape Underwater is a big mystery. And yeah, hello. I'm trying to read your name as Imodist, or... let me know if that's wrong. Oh, I totally messed this up. Thank you for this mission. Hopefully we don't take too long to get to you. A link in time, I'm enjoying the Switch 2 a great deal. We have been streaming quite a bit off of it. We played Welcome Tour last week. We also have been getting through a lot of the single-player content in Mario Kart World. So far, got through 150cc and all of the single-player Knockout Tour. Plus, did a good bit of P-Switch collection the other day just to show it off. Grabbed about 50 of them at once. In one session, rather. And we'll probably be doing a bit of mirror mode next week. At some point, we'll see if it's viable at my hours to actually run something like viewer races, but for now, we're just trying to clear out some of the single-player content. Yeah, you're saying that your name is Odist? Okay, great. We did get it correct then. Yeah, let's pay attention here and try to get this. We've been pulling back a little too much here. Because usually I need to sort of lean against a wall and bounce back on it to get the right position coming up to the spike balls, because we've been having some trouble with this, but I do want to get back to the swimming segment. But yeah, this is my first stream of Maker 2 on the Switch 2, and so we've been happy to show off some of the things like the keyboard entry, and also the fact that at the beginning of the stream I revisited a level that was a lag machine level from a few years back, where the concept depended very much on the slowdown, so we kind of wanted to see it running at full speed, as we suspected it would do. Whoops. Let's try to get this corner cleaned up here. We had it for a while and we lost it again. Nice forward momentum. There we go. Bounce back and then not hit the corner, pull back, and then second arrow or so we'll go for the stomp. Great. Perfect. Then we'll do the cape swim here. Yeah, because very interesting that it's with fire piranhas and fireballs that test this precisely, and because yeah, you basically need a good reason to use this, right? To sort of tap and swim. It's technically so easy to understand, and then okay. Let's be careful here, maybe even land on a cloud. Then we'll just slide over here just for a moment so we can have a nice clean power grab that doesn't float us up too much. It does kind of float you up if you're not pressing down into it. So we need to have a nice clean vertical position here. Make sure, oh no, that's okay, we'll continue just to see what's here. We don't want to float around horizontally this thing, so. And it does drift you forward a little bit, as you can see. I'm just trying to tap down, and then we reverse and tap down again before we go too far. That's okay, we'll practice this just so we know what's going on, even though we certainly have to do it preserving a cape. Look at that wrench just kind of rushing you. Make things extra fussy, and then yeah, this is the cape check over here, which we'll miss. Pitch shifter, welcome. So, with the Switch 2, the lag machine is not noticeable. It's completely not noticeable. We had heard that about other lag machine levels that people have tested, but yeah, the setups just don't seem to do anything. Oops. And let's just do this. A Link in Time, you're looking at my past streams ended Welcome Tour take me around 15 hours. Yes, it did take 15 hours. So the thing about Welcome Tour, I mean, a playthrough by yourself offline will take about half as long, because remember that I'm reading everything. So I'm reading the text, I'm also talking about things that I see and commenting on them, so obviously I'm kind of playing through a game like that, especially a very text-heavy game like that at half speed. But the minigames are very robust and substantial. So everything in Welcome Tour, in terms of the minigames, it has a challenge that goes up to 3 medals. The third medal is actually usually a hidden achievement at first, until you've completed 2 medals. And you only need 2 medals on each of the games to get 100%. So the third medal is kind of like this little bonus treat, essentially, if you're especially lucky. You're not really expected to do them. And so for the most part, we just did 2 medals. And 3 medals for some of the challenges would take longer, because you need to be very, very precise. So yes, there actually is that much content in Welcome Tour, if you're wondering. And that's even considering that I don't have the USB camera, and I don't have the Pro Controller with the GL and GR buttons, so there were actually 2 activities that I did not do. And there are some things that you can't really stream because you have to be on handheld to see them properly, but that's mostly a couple of edge case tech demos. Like a few tech demos where they really do want to show off what the Switch 2's own internal display is capable of now. Okay, so what we do is we just face left and we tap down and we just follow the forward drift. Now then, reverse. Same idea as before. Tap down, reverse. Nope, too late. Yeah, tap down, reverse. Tap down, reverse. And then we need to be very afraid of the rocky wrench at the bottom. Let's just practice this. Even though we know we need the cape at the bottom, we just want to make sure we know what to do with the wrench so we don't get hit when that becomes an issue. So we just hover, I think, until we have an opening. There's a big wrench and a small wrench. And then we just do that, and then not hit this muncher the way we just did. Because that would be a terrible way to go if you do in fact survive here with a cape. Zero69, you're saying that it still lags when maxed out entities. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I haven't tested it very, very thoroughly, but I guess other people have been pushing on it and going over old levels that may be affected. I don't know if people have been doing much other research in terms of whether anything like trolls or glitches get broken. I have not found anything yet myself in terms of going through some deleted levels that I downloaded offline because they had various things that Nintendo deletes for. Well, I haven't really picked up on anything that outright breaks just yet, but I'm sure people have been looking at it more carefully. So we're not even at any kind of checkpoint 2 yet, if there is a big third segment after this, but... whoops, again, pulled back a little too much there. So yeah, thank you to the patience of everybody remaining in queue. We will hopefully get a little further soon. 06i, I have not tested any kind of crash glitch just yet. But for obvious reasons, I wouldn't have downloaded crash glitch levels. So someone else can look at those. Okay, let's bounce back and then again catch the second arrow here. Then do the spin swim over here, just very carefully. Yeah, the POW segment's kind of interesting because, you know, you really do have to have a good understanding of what the sort of neutral position of holding a POW underwater is and how you drift. And it is very easy to get caught by that in such narrow margins. You know, let's just wait for the chomp to come over to this side. Whip it normally. And then we'll get under a little bit. Then again, face left and just tap down so we can follow the curve. And then not overshoot here. Nope, too far. Actually, a big stroke down is easier. Single big stroke down, because then you don't need to tap repeatedly and guess. And you can even do this fast enough to get over here without issues. That's actually a better way to do it. You just do one big press down instead of tapping the way I was doing it. And then you actually give yourself just enough room to readjust. So big tap down and then switch directions, big tap down after that. So I'm glad we actually practiced that to try to get a method. That could work. Yeah, Link in Time, I mean, you know, when are you, as I was saying earlier in this level, when are you ever going to be tested against some of the cape swimming that you see here? Just one of those things that people don't really think to check. We've definitely been given some cape levels before that were, you know, very esoteric, and I just didn't have the precision to pull off some of the tricks. But this one has been packing a lot of cape content into a very small space, this level here. I've been seeing a lot about this. That's the other thing about the cape, too, is that, you know, it's one of those power-ups that there's a lot that was originally already built into it in Super Mario World that people never had a reason to use in the main game. I mean, you'd know it if you're doing ROM hacks on the same engine, but I think Nintendo has traditionally done this with a lot of things in the Mario series, where even in their original form before they were adapted for Maker, there are a lot of things that were more powerful than the player was ever asked to use. It's kind of like that with a lot of the cap tech in Odyssey, for instance. A lot of the advanced maneuvers you can do with Cappy, you know, unless you're doing things like Koopa races or hiding balloons or something, none of the moons in the game actually require them. And they're just tricks that are available for anybody who bothers to explore the moveset. And, well, no, messed it up. Yeah, because then it's big stroke down, big stroke down. Let's just try practice this so we can show off how we can make it feel clean. Like, there's a particular rhythm to it you can just get, right? And you don't even need to deal with wrenches if you do it well. And so, as you can see, if we can turn the top corner, we're actually safe here. We can definitely do this. You want to do left, right, and left, right fast. No, I like the way that I've done it currently. I feel like I found a clean input that I can do reliably. I just need to get into that corner first. If we can switch into that corner properly, I feel like we're in good shape. And we can even, you know, beat the timing onto Rocky Wrenches completely. This bit here I would not have been able to do without maybe thinking about the spin swim, though. Because we'd be trying to fumble to time all the spins exactly right, and that would not be great. Yeah, the cat is another power-up that's kind of like this, where, you know, oh, I missed the whip completely. We should have just stayed here and done the little whip spin. Okay. Where there are power-ups that are just way more powerful than the player is normally asked to do, so in the Maker context, you get tested against them. I mean, obviously the cat is something that's substantially adapted from 3D World as well. It doesn't operate quite the same. Much as most things in the 3D World style don't operate quite the same as they do in real 3D World. Which is why there's a lot of stuff in 3D World in Maker that kind of just feels like an original Mario game that never existed. That happens to cosmetically resemble Super Mario 3D World, but definitely quite a lot of things in terms of control are just original to this game. But still, lots of tech with the cat, just like with Cape, that, you know, it can be difficult to communicate to the player because many of them, you know it or you don't. Definitely this level has been doing quite a lot to communicate things to the player if they are still not that comfortable with even the basic Cape flight stuff in Super Mario World, or even other things like the Cape Spin. Whereas this bit here, you just kind of need to learn by yourself. So let's tap gently, and then the reversal at the end is what we need to watch out for here. Nope, nope, no, too far. Too much momentum. Yeah, I do need to slow down my momentum here, and then, you see, really clean afterwards, and so... Oh, nope. You don't want to up-throw it, though. That's a problem. That's okay. We're just practicing every time. Okay, I thought I wasn't going to make that corner this time, but we did it. Getting a little better at doing this part somewhat reliably. Okay, let's just watch our head here. Yeah, so we're having a little bit more momentum than I'd like. Holding the POW onto that diagonal descent. We need to slow down a bit near the end of that just to be a bit more careful and, you know, cut our horizontal momentum before we go straight down the wall. Yeah, I feel like standing on this cloud and trying to make grab for the POW is actually a bit of a trick here where you're, you know, trying to fool the player into floating up. But, oh, yeah. Again. We will do a little bit of reversing here just to make sure we don't overshoot. And then we'll just do single taps down like this. Nope, I didn't see my position here. I didn't see where I was off screen, and so I was checking my position. We should have hugged the wall on the right side because we have the safe one-way panel there, and I just didn't think about that. We really needed to swim all the way to the right and then check our head over off screen. Yeah, that was just a bit of an unfortunate impulse decision there that cost me. It's okay, we're getting better at it. We're getting reliable at many things. It felt like I was definitely living a little bit dangerously in some corners there on the way down, but we managed, and we can probably have an even cleaner attempt than that. Yeah, it's been a very solid Cape Tech level, very thorough, which was why we're still pushing against it, even though we've been on it for so long now. Definitely lots to see in every segment, and very rewarding to learn. Okay, so yeah, let's not be too aggressive here. Get momentum when we can. Swim all the way to the right, and then go up. And then there we go. Didn't kill all the boom booms this time, but we don't need to. And then no checkpoint for us yet, so... Unless it's near the ending, let's just try to see what's going... Oh, no, hang on. Can we do that? I feel like I shouldn't have done that. Because we needed something to land on to give me a damage boost. I actually shouldn't have done that, but... Oh, and then there's the checkpoint right there, okay. Yeah, no, because we need to stomp on a location that doesn't damage me. And if we get to stomp here, then we get rid of this muncher. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I didn't read that quite accurately, and so I was backing out into the conveyor belt on the left, and then realized that we'd potentially destroyed our ability to continue. Yeah, for those new to my queue, what we usually do is we close the queue fairly early and leave a couple of hours after that to make sure we play through everybody who's already in. So if you are already in the queue and you're able to stay, we will play the level. Unless I'm called away for some kind of emergency, that almost never happens. Almost never. Okay, let's see. So yeah, usually what happens is we leave ourselves lots of time to just make sure we play everybody who got here early to the stream. And of course, it's understandable people can't necessarily stay that long if I'm taking really long on levels like this one. but we're making steady progress. I can't guarantee we'll put this amount of time into everything I receive, but again, it usually just depends if we're progressing and having fun. But I do try to accommodate everybody who gets into the queue. So we don't try to cut the stream early when you're still waiting. Okay, here we are. Okay, let's read this properly this time. So, you see the Buzzy on the Muncher. Does that mean that I'm able to dive towards the Buzzy and land on the Muncher? And then, if we get the stomp at that point... Oh, wow, okay. So, yeah, it's because that's really interesting, actually. That when you do the stomp on the Buzzy, it releases the Muncher underneath it, but you don't cut through the Buzzy. The Buzzy actually remains like a platform. And so you need to take that opportunity to actually jump out of there before you dip down. Yeah, that's a specific interaction that I'm not sure I sort of necessarily would have guessed correctly from just theorizing it and looking at it. But I'm sure that, you know, people who do a lot of advanced Cape Tech just see it all the time, but I wasn't exactly sure what was going to happen even though we had stomped the area previously, but in terms of actually getting the stomp on top of the Buzzy... Yeah, so it kills the Muncher underneath, but it releases the Buzzy as a platform that continues to be a platform, and so we need to not have a panic move coming out of that, because that's what the level is trying to bait you into doing. So... yeah. Some things we've learned before and just, you know, forgotten with time. Some things we're just not tested on very often. Yeah, because you have to react to the fact that you're just in a standing position on top of the Buzzy, which, you know, you almost never have that coming out of the dive, where you're rarely asked to just jump off a moving target like that. Oh, no, lost too much horizontal momentum. Let's just redo it. So yeah, lots of fun setups all over this level. It's been a satisfying one to work through. Oh, no. And then there are corners like this one that we still get caught on after all this time. Yeah, we just need really good forward momentum coming out of the wall there. A little bit close that time, but we made it. Oh, no, a little too aggressive that time. I thought we could just sail on through, but nope. We should actually be cautious. There's no need to rush. Whoa, no. Okay, here we are. Almost got caught in the corner, but thankfully not. Nope. How did I stand that close that time? That was very unfortunate. We're rushing a little bit too much. We should take it carefully. There probably is a clean, fast way to do it, but we shouldn't depend on that. We should just try to get through it. Whoops. Yeah, as long as we're kind of holding left completely, landing onto the spike ball, then we should be able to get across, but it's that initial positioning coming off the wall that we have been struggling with here. Oh, that's too early. I could tell. Right off the corner. And that should be clean, yeah. Oh, you can even get a little flight out of that as well if you really want to skip that corner. We're not speedrunning this. Yeah. Okay. Let's have a nice clean descent down to that corner that we've been having so much trouble with. Yeah, let's not go too fast coming out of here. Need to adjust a little bit. Nice and safe. As long as we don't swim through the bottom, of course. Okay, let's see if we can get this jump off the Buzzy now. If I explore the creator later, those all levels created for Sanix and Banshee Race. A co-op maker world, yeah. Yeah, Sanix I remember as having a legitimate clear on trimming the herbs back in the last days of Maker 1 last year. And I know I see him stream every now and then. Although usually at hours I can't make. Now let's stop here. And yeah, we need to get a pretty immediate jump in order to make that corner under the Muncher, so... No. Yeah, you need to go pretty much immediately, otherwise you just don't make it down that corner. I was trying to get some momentum and run off the Buzzy there, but we just couldn't do it. You have to be very reactive to when you're able to actually jump. And we have a whole segment after that to go, so... It's been satisfying to push through this one. We're learning it, we're progressing, so... I do want to keep at it for now. And the Whack-A-Jack, welcome. Okay, there we go. Nice little flight up to the vine. Down we go. Okay, let's just give the Chomp a little bit of room here. And give ourselves a little bit of height here, just to take things cautiously. Again, gotta cut momentum while going into that descent. Let's get more coming from our pipe. There we go. It's the first time I've actually hit it with a cape like that here. We can speed down this column. And that's been feeling pretty clean. Come on. Oh. Yeah, I was trying to get onto the right side of that Buzzy. But here's checkpoint. And then on that swamp. Do we have another cape here? Well, I mean, I'm at checkpoint. I can just take a dive here. And thank you, Whack-A-Jack, for this mission. Oh, I think I do need to get a little bit of initial... Oh, no, spin. Okay. And then we can spin off the thwomp. I feel like we had a bit more momentum coming out of this, like maybe against the wall. Or... Let's see here. Yeah, we do want a bit of a spin fly here. We just need a lot more momentum. Unfortunately, you can't really see what kind of P-speed you're getting in Super Mario World here, but... Okay, there we go. Spinfly, there is going to be a right side. I think this must be one of those where you just need to bop some on-off switches back and forth, possibly. Ah, yeah. So you need to stay on the ceiling and just bop both switches. Like, you need to immediately reverse, I think. But we'll find out. Okay, first of all, let's get onto right here, and then build up that momentum. Wait, that can't be right. You got a bomb there. And then how do you maintain that spin? Like, what do you jump on to maintain the spin? Unless you just need to build up a spin in the middle platform by just running back and forth or something? No, it can't be. That'd be a whole lot of tapping back and forth. Oh, maybe it is. Yeah, don't ditch the momentum. Right, because we're ramming into the wall, right? That's the issue. Because we need to have P-speed on the reversal. Does that mean I should slam the wall or not slam the wall, though? Nope. Maintain it, you're saying. Okay. Let's see if we can do it. Really interesting, actually. So we did do a few consecutive presses that time. We need to do a lot more consistently. But yeah, that actually is how you do it. Just... one of those things that I think are more obvious if you're playing with a Leaf and you have the Super Mario 3P meter, but Super Mario World masks that from you visually, so you just kind of need to deal with it. And then, yeah, we need this very immediate jump, where we do want to have the wall bounce for the momentum correction, which is something we do remember from many speedrun levels we've been given, but which we haven't been used for this particular obstacle. Nope. Lost it. Yeah, we want to slam into the wall and then reverse immediately. Now, the fact that you're being pushed out by the colored state block, though, I wonder if that's maybe messing with how I'm reading the point of contact. Nope, missed it. Yeah, Mortis, thank you for waiting so patiently. We've been on this level for far too long, but we're past checkpoint 2, and we just need to get past this bit. Like I said, I will get through everybody who is able to stay and check in when their level is called. I can't quite visualize when we are keeping the momentum, though. I mean, you know, I'm getting kind of stuck there momentarily when we have that. We found a rhythm earlier for at least 3 presses, but we lost it ever since. This is a good demonstration of how you need wall momentum, though. This one right here, it's almost like that's a little tutorial in the wall momentum. But I think maybe once we get pushed out the blue block, we should still hold right after being pushed out by it, right? Like, kind of get a wall touch here, and then... yeah, oh, we actually got it that time. Hang on, let's practice this so we kind of know how the wall is going to work. all the way to the end there. No, too late, I think. Because it kind of pushes you out, we're probably reversing too slowly. Yeah, with the way the blue block is pushing me out, I'm not exactly sure when we're supposed to read that as the wall contact, but do it a little more neutral. Nope. So we hit the wall and hit the switch, go in the other direction, or hit the switch, hit the wall, go in the other direction. Well, if you're spinning in that direction anyway, you're hugging the ceiling anyway. You're going to hit the switch before you hit the wall, right? It's going to happen unless you... Like, even if you hang all the way to the right, I think you kind of come up at an angle where you're going to activate the switch first. But... no. We had it. I just didn't know how we had it. And we had it for multiple consecutive presses, too. Like, there's a rhythm that you have to kind of understand going into that, but... Nope. Yeah, I'm trying to let up on a direction when we hit the switch, so we kind of go into it from neutral. And so we can reverse, but... maybe that's not right. If I try to change direction, I'll cancel momentum and let the wall do it for me, okay. Wait. So yeah, I see that I'm still kind of in the spin fly at that moment. If I'm still in the spin fly, then I think I'm okay, right? Yeah. Trying to practice it here, too. It should kind of look like that. Nope. Yeah, so you want a wall bounce and then you try to just let go of direction and you try to land without pressing left, if I understand it correctly. That, or maybe, like if you're, well, let's just try it and find out. Yeah, so you just try not to press left here. You just go into neutral and then, no, but then how do you land accurately if that's so? Is the block pushing you out what makes you keep momentum? Because then we should be letting up before we hit the switch then, if that's the case. Whoops. Let's take a dive here. So the block acts as a wall. It's going to push you back. And then we need to not cut momentum going into it. I feel like it's one of those things where the input's going to feel very natural once I actually do land it. Nope. But then you just kind of go straight down like that. Good thing we're right by checkpoint here. And then, oh. How did I have that reversed? I thought I hit the switch a second time, then... Anyway, thank you so much for the raid, Super Trucker. Let me give you a big shout out first. I hope the levels were good to you over there. We've been on this one for quite a while, for the last hour or so. So we actually did manage to get a reversal that time. I didn't quite see what happened with the order of the switch presses, though. Whoops. When it pushes me, that's where I turn, yeah. Because you need the initial push first to correct the direction, I guess. You're saying you got some great levels? Tough but all fun, yeah. That's good to hear. No, I'm landing too long, I think, maybe. When it pushes me, that's where I turn. Okay. Nope. And yeah, Walter D. Castro, welcome. Hope you had a good time over on Super Trucker's stream as well. Yeah, I'm just not really seeing the input here. I mean, you know, we've had it working almost accidentally, but the timing is a little hard for me to visualize. It pushes me, and then we turn at that point. Yeah, we need to really watch the push then. Because I can't tell if I'm going early or late, that's the main thing. So I can see the push, but then losing direction after that. And of course, I can't tell how many presses we need consecutively here. Nope. Never press left before the block pushes me. Yeah, we're trying not to. But I might actually be going a little bit late in some attempts as well, so we'll see how we can make it work. So yeah, we need to get completely out of the block first, perhaps. Oh. We actually could have afforded to hold spin a little further that time, I think, just to drop down accurately. Okay, so we actually got it once that time. Let's do the same thing. And we just need to, you know, press to control the drop so we can drop down to the center. So we use how long we're pressing the shoulder button to try to correct for the drop accuracy and just correct for the angle, but nope. We actually managed to get one tap that time. So the rest of it done was when I basically accidentally got 3 taps. And just got into a rhythm of it. This is really quite tricky. So you can actually stall for surprisingly long before you reverse. Surprisingly long. So we don't need to rush it necessarily. We are maybe rushing the input too much, then if you can actually hold against the wall for that long without losing momentum. Nope. Yeah, it's a very hard input to nail if you know... if you're not very familiar with what exactly to do. You think I hold right too long, okay. So at what point should I be in neutral? Like if I'm pressing the switch, should I already be in neutral? Because I need to press against the wall, right? But... let's try it. Oh, missed a jump. Nope. Neutral after the full fly, okay. Let's see. So basically before I hit the switch, I should already be in neutral, is what you're saying. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Let's see if we can do that first one consistently, and then we'll see if we understand the reversal. Yeah, because you actually still get quite a bit of forward momentum here. Nope. Well, I thought I had it, but we need to find that consistency. No. This is a very specific interaction. No. Well, we got the first one that time. Let's see if we can try to do 2 in a row. You have to be very disciplined about when you're pressing the buttons here. Okay, neutral. Jump, no. Stalling in a corner kills the momentum. Yeah. We need to not trap ourselves there too long. So we need to reverse a little bit earlier than I've been doing then. Nope. Couldn't quite get it. Yeah, I just have a little bit of trouble visualizing exactly what's going wrong. But well, 3 presses, that's better than usual. So if we can find a consistent rhythm there, we might be able to get it. Nope. Nope. Yeah, again, I can't quite tell if I'm going too early or too late there, but I also don't know how many presses are required, but, you know, we'll get there. Okay, in neutral, and then we reverse. Nope. Well, we'll see if we can actually do this, because this is, control-wise, proven to be a much more technical obstacle than anything we've seen so far. Which makes sense, I guess, because it's the boss area, final area. No. Yeah, you need pretty good control there. Pretty good finesse to catch it. Yeah, I can't really see from the animation when it is or isn't going to happen. That's the issue. Whether we are keeping momentum or not. Maybe there's something I should be looking for visually, but... because we need to wait for the push out, so I'm in neutral before we hit the on-off switch. That's what I'm doing. So we need to wait for the push out. Once the push out happens, then we press left, right? Press left after the ding effect. Yeah, in Mario, this bit is quite technical, so... but if we listen for the sound cue and kind of let it conclude, then maybe we... try to work with that, because I did find that little pocket of rhythm earlier with 3 switch presses, but... no, we're holding into it too long, I think. I was neutral, though, when I hit the switch. But basically, you need to maintain momentum from the push, right? Like, you need the push to happen, and then you need to maintain the momentum from it. If I understand it correctly. So we need to visualize when the push is actually happening. Okay, let's see here. Oh, we got 2 presses, but that was it. Best we've done is 3. Okay, we got the rhythm that time. That's the way it worked. Because once I found a rhythm, I just tried to maintain it. Now let's not get caught by the twisters pushing us up. That felt like a trap. Unless this is a trap. Okay, good. I was a little concerned there when we hit that wall. Anyway. Thank you so much for the patience of everybody behind us in queue. And for the latest submission from VR user Chuck with luck. How are we? Well, we just finished this level. We were on for an hour, so we earned it. Like I said, we will try to accommodate everybody who has been queued. Hopefully we get some variation in clear rates and difficulties to keep the pace going. But as always, please check in the chat if you can. I know that sometimes people do have to go AFK or they might be checked out while we're in a long level, but if I don't hear from people, usually I just kind of rotate you one spot back and give you a second chance. But it's most convenient if you just let me know when you're here. So finally, we'll get to another level. And yeah, excellent submission. We made it eventually. And Crafty Pixel, thank you for waiting so patiently. Let's take a look at what your code is going to be. And judging by clear rates will determine when we will actually close the queue today. But like I said, we close usually pretty early. And play the rest from there. This is so much nicer, by the way. As the code entry. Unspeakably nicer. Mushroid, Boo's Mansion. A mansion haunted by Boo. Mushroid, I see that the mushroom here is like the galactic bounty hunter gunship of a mushroom. Let's take a look. 4 minute 40, fairly high clear rate though, so just a big exploration experience perhaps. Let's find out. Okay, so this is the opening here. We might as well check that door, see what's going on. And yeah, we'll just pop the shell and hit the POW. I wonder if this will eventually be openable. Maybe it will be. Because, well, if you look at the top's definitely not scroll locked. It actually is a ceiling. You can tell because it's open along the mushroom platforms. So we don't know if that'll be relevant later, but the fact that those contain blocks tell me that only a spiny hat would get through that. We'll check that door in a moment. We'll check the right side though. This, of course, is where you have to have your double jump. Otherwise known as the bone shell. And I'll catch up on your message, Chuck with luck, in just a moment. You're a person who gives out daily levels every day, but you may not be able to continue making any more for a while. Yeah, very unfortunate that you can't make as much, but obviously, since we haven't really played through your list before, I'm sure we'll have lots of content to get through with time, so old levels are always welcome here at this point. Rediscovering things from years ago is just as fun. This totally looks like a whole spiny hat sequence or something. No, it's just decorative. I bet it's just decorative. Let's go through here. And yeah, you just need 2 key doors to go through to the next segment, which we'll do. I'm sure we'll hit timer trouble eventually. Bricks that are breakable on either side if we need to reverse through any of that. Let's just check the rights. And we'll see nothing up there. Crafty Pixel, you're saying don't touch the First checkpoint after touching second. Oh, okay, so there's something structurally inconvenient that happens with that. Yeah, and check with luck, you only have 3 levels for me so far. That's fine. I mean, we'll likely only be able to get through one of yours today anyhow, so... This looks like it's just telling you you need everything, perhaps. Maybe, yeah, because definitely you need to boot to get past this, but then it perhaps is warning you that you want the shell and the flower by this point. Moreover, you need wing stiletto for the float forward. Now, having the boot gives you, like I said, effectively the double jump in the opening segment. And so, well, let's check this bit here, though, just to see what it is. Not much. Nagatsu guy, welcome. Much easier for me, by the way, if you put the dashes in your level code because the bot doesn't necessarily parse it correctly. I think some other bots might, but my bot doesn't handle it very gracefully, so... I might need to ask you for the code manually again later. Yeah, check a look at. You're far back enough in the queue that I don't know if we'll get through more than one of yours today, because I'm likely to close off the submissions pretty soon. After I close off the submissions, though, we do play through the list. So anybody who is already here will play through at least one level of yours. Okay, let's check this side. Yeah, sorry, the Gastic Guide, there's a replace command. Try exclamation mark replace, and then put in the code with the dashes. That might work better. And yes, you can rewrite it by using exclamation mark replace, and then you'll keep your place in the queue. And yeah, check with luck if you want to do the same thing as Gasty Guy just showed. It should work. And again, if things don't quite work out and I call it the wrong level or something, then you can always just, you know, verbally tell me to change it. It's really not a big deal. Okay, so we've got all that over there. We definitely need a Buzzy helmet to push through here. Let's just try to remember that. And let's go through the beginning, or what is evidently the double jump. Or equivalent. So we'll just remember that Buzzy Hat gate on the left. What's this? Okay. This structurally reminds me of a lot of Maker 1 levels, actually, where back in Maker 1 we didn't have scroll stop, of course, and so you would have a lot of these really vast continuous spaces where you could, you know, see how different rooms kind of meshed into each other. You said something about not touching this checkpoint after the other checkpoint? Oh, probably because something breaks in terms of blocks that were supposed to be open, right? Or things that you're assumed to have broken open. A mushroom is going to get us past certain blocks. We will go through here first, though. Key door down there, that's interesting. Let's just continue this way first. This opens this area. I'm not sure what else we want to break open here. Well, there's this. And you've got that on that side. Again, this just takes you back to the early part. Let's check this area. Yeah, we still need that Buzzy helmet to go through the left side, so we'll just gradually figure our route through. But yeah, it seems like the kind of really open, you know, quasi-Metroid structure levels have massively fallen out of fashion at Maker 2 compared to Maker 1. And oh yeah, here's the mushroom spot. There we go, found it. We do have one checkpoint. And so we can just dip through here. Oh, there's another checkpoint right away. We know where the Buzzy Helmet will go, so we'll take it, but we will eventually need Wing Stiletto and Fire Flower, so... Okay, Mushroom Refresh over here, because you're expected to have it at this point. We're past checkpoint 2, so let's do that. Yeah, it's probably something to do with the state of which blocks are expected to remain broken that would lead to whatever problem is there with touching the checkpoints in the other order. But yeah, let's go through here and just wait through that muncher. Blitzclock, welcome. Yeah, I know time's almost out, but you know, we're at checkpoint 2, so I'm not concerned. Just exploring. Then you got a boo here. Well, we'll just let go of it and then stomp it. And then something down below. Oh, I wonder if it was something like a stiletto down below. There's a bone shell over here, though. Let's... Okay, a bone shell, huh. Now, is there a reason we would want a bone shell rather than Gribbo Shoe? I don't know. I guess the bone shell... Yeah, the bone shell can be kicked to the side. That's the thing that's important about it. And we actually do know one area where we do want to kick to the side. Let's just go through here. But, first of all... Oh. I lost it. Lost that too. But maybe we'll get some power-ups back if we win. We need a key through here somewhere, though. 26 seconds, yeah, we'll be able to route our way back, I'm sure. And you get to claim everything again anyway. And go through this key door that we've just opened up. So yeah, there is a specific area where we can kick a shell to the left. And I just need to find out where that is again. I thought it was... not here. No. Oh, we needed to go back through that pipe, yeah. Okay, we'll take the time out, that's okay. We know how to do this bit. Yeah, you find that the... Whoops, faster music gives you a bit of a stressful feeling, yep. That's what it's there to do. Okay, now let's grab all this first, so we can actually get through the area where we switched to the shell. If I can remember how. Actually, I think we proceeded through the checkpoint this way. Yeah, we passed the chomp gates. We're getting to this point, so we'll go through here. Just think when you play your levels, you actually mute the music so you feel calm. I mean, you can always just extend the timer, but I guess if you're tuning it around a very specific timing, then perhaps not. I'm used to it at this point, so it doesn't bother me too much. Anyway, let's, whoops, take that out. And drop it in. We'll switch to the bone shell on the other side. Doesn't really matter when we do it. Yeah, Crafty Pixel, you're saying you play with your own music too? Yeah. Totally fair. Let's try to get a nice, good, solid stop on him this time. Oh, no. I was trying to do a bone shell stomp on him because when we can just cut right through, but it's okay. We know we get power-ups after we take him out, so we just need a key. And not die here. What? Oh, let's just use Divine. And we'll go for Flower and Shell after that. And we'll find where to proceed. Yeah, you're saying you mute music for speedrunning levels. I mean, a lot of them, you know, if they put you under 20 seconds right away, I guess it isn't even a music change. You just get the fast music the whole time, right? But I guess if that bothers you, then it does. You told me something about not touching a checkpoint because I break the level, or... Oh, no, because I would just reverse back to this if I die, right? Yeah, because there's no coin collection. There's... The only kind of state that might matter is if you are dependent on breaking some blocks. What were we even doing? Yeah, okay, we came up through here initially. Oh, whoops. Because we need to find the... well, we need a bone shell for the sideways kick towards the bricks that we saw much earlier. Let's try to go back and find that. Because we busted through here, which means we can have an easy passage back, which is convenient. Yeah, oh, you mean the long, fast levels when it comes to the music, I see. Let's find out where it was I wanted to kick this. There was a wall to the left at some point. There was a... Oh, we totally touched that checkpoint. Okay, fine. Well, I guess we'll have to beat the level. Right, because we've been through here before, and I think we'd reversed back out of it. Yeah, there was a particular point where we had a wall that we can kick this through, but let's try to find it. It's not through this bunch area. I didn't think so anyway. I think it was back in this entrance and up to the left. Or maybe not, because we opened that already. There's a mushroom over here. Let's just check everything we can. I don't remember, but there was some point at which we had a wall that we needed to kick a shell through. Okay, fine. This was just the same checkpoint as before. Let's see. We need to reverse through here. Oh, no, we're above. Okay, so it's not going to be through this. Green pipe is just there because it spawns to boot, I think. Yeah, it's not for main kickable, but we're looking for a wall to kick the shell through, so. Now, we play lots of levels with formats like this, but you just need to have a pretty sharp memory for where to go sometimes, and I did kind of lose track of the thing we were looking for. Ultimately, we'll have to find brick wall, which I thought was to the left somewhere. Yeah, this passage we've been through previously. That's the thing too, is that when you're resetting at checkpoint, you need to remember what had already been broken. We'll just go through this passage and see if I can find the thing I was looking for. But the idea is that you switch over to the wing stiletto, and from there you can find where to go above this passage. Because you do need the wing stiletto on the other side. But it's pretty clear to me we need to find that wall that was to the left somewhere. And just figure out how to kick it. It was somewhere. Oh yeah, this is back to the segment before. Cycling through a checkpoint, so that wasn't it. But I'll just navigate through until I find it. It was one particular passage. I'm just trying to remember where it was in relation to. Everything else was seen. We can go back over there just in a moment. Let me just check this area first. We'll just try to retrace some of the steps. Now, down here, No, this just leads you to the same kind of passage. Down here, that's not it. Hang on, let me just check this. This looks like something you have to kick through. Oh no, we've got a fire flower. What am I doing? We have a fire flower. Okay, lost a bone shell, but... Here's the stiletto. Okay, fine. Then we don't need a bone shell. Now let's try to find where to plug this in. Yeah, maybe I was thinking about bricks that I wanted to kick through because I was thinking specifically of something that we had broken from the other side before by just hitting the bricks from below. And so that was just a case of losing track. Now we need to find where to go with this again. This is too close to the beginning, that's not it. We had the passage just now, we just needed to move back to it. We just saw that place not long ago. Wonder. Yeah, we'll just need to remember some of this for later, I'm sure. This just goes back to where you got the boot in the first place, so it's not going to be that. Not a very good memory for this stuff. Billy was actually the right side passage. This end here. Let me just check it. Again, at this point, we'll just try to remember things better for the next attempt, really. Because... yeah, because I think it was past the skewer room here. And yes, that's correct. So, 13 seconds. Oh. That's the exit. Except... here we go. Right on time. Plenty of time to work with. But thank you for that one. Mantos43, thank you for waiting for so long. Let's get into yours right away. And thank you once again for that one, Crafty Pixel. So yeah, once we start hitting some snags in terms of clear rates and such, then we'll probably close queue at that point just to make sure we can get through everybody. But while things are fairly relaxed, we'll just keep on going. Let's see what this one is. Super Duo. So is it my choice, or do you... oh, I guess that's the latest one here. Cold Claustrophobic Cave. Extra twirling helps a lot. Well, unless you want me to do a different one. Yeah, let's do it. Coop's Troop has the one and only clear on it currently, so let's see. I mean, it's a fairly new upload, so we don't know how it'll go. I'm going to start this one. If it looks like it might take us a while to push through, we'll close the queue from there. Because there are so many people waiting. Like I said, I don't know if we'll be able to push through other levels today quite as hard as we did with the Cape one, but we'll do our best. This looks like it's a very specific off-screen wall jump to the under the icicle here. We're actually going a bit low under that. No wonder it's a claustrophobic cave. So yeah, you do need a pretty specific interaction, maybe. Yeah, so we'll see if we can get it and progress. Yeah, sneak under the icicle off stream, and then after that, we just need to be fairly quick about each platform. Okay. more precision oriented than we typically do. I feel like we need a pretty good jump and spin over the grinder there, and then we need to land pretty well on the other side. Oops, just a little bit too much momentum to the right that time. And yeah, Chuck with luck, we are taking long enough on some of these levels that inevitably some people might need to drop a bit early anyway, so the queue might not actually be as long as all that, but we'll find out. Now, we're definitely not getting any kind of triple jump here. No room for that, so... But maybe we do need to do something special to get over the spikes there. This level needed a long time to upload? Yeah, I can tell. But we'll try to give it a decent look and see how well we can progress. Yeah, I can definitely tell that the jump over the grinder is going to be a problem. We just need to find the good timing under the icicle here. Because, you know, when you're off screen like that, unless you have a very precise idea of where to go, some attempts just won't happen. Oh, no. Stalled a little too much when trying to correct there. I'll just try to navigate that corner correctly here. Yeah, I'm absolutely not a precision player, as I was saying, so this will be on the challenging side for us, but let's give it a proper try. But I can see that the clear rate is partly deflated just by the first jump here, though, where you're just going to lose a certain number of attempts to it, since it's a totally off-screen read, and you just need to have a good feel for the timing. Okay. Oh, that goes up. Okay. That makes a lot more sense, actually. I didn't expect it to go up, but if it goes up, then it gives you an opportunity to jump across. Yeah, because it's on a track. I didn't see the track. Well, I mean, and when you see it on a track, you don't know which way it'll go, right? You could just as easily assume that it's going to go down if you haven't seen it in action. But as you can see, after it goes up, though, it is going to be a drop down because it is an open track on the bottom. Yeah, actually, we're just kind of falling between there. We can do that. The height is not an issue now that we know what's actually going on there with the platform going up. So let's just try it again. Nope. This wasn't the hardest part, no, but this icicle definitely deflates the clear rate. Everything after that actually looks manageable just with a few tries. The off-screen jump, though, is tricky. Like, I'm not worried about any of this mechanically all the way up to the drop towards the munchers, and then we don't know what comes after that. But, you know, with this first screen, the thing that looks worst is actually the first jump. Oops. Which is at least just a first jump. I'm trying to twirl onto that as well and give ourselves a bit of extra height, but I can never quite tell when I'm actually going to hit the platform, so. Nope. Missed it completely. Oh, I think I accidentally ground pounded or something. Oh, well. Here we go. Just need to aim a little bit better there. What's the record on this? 26 seconds. And because of all the blue platforms, you won't really have that much flexibility in terms of when you choose to do things, so it'll likely be a good ballpark for the amount of time we can expect for a clear, so. Again, we just need a much better feel for the first icicle. Yeah, we can have a little bit of a better arc under that muncher. That's fine, and then after that, we got a jump and a spin jump. Whoops. Yeah, we'll see how we do. Again, I can just never tell if that's going to go or not. You just need a really good feel for how many pixels you've dropped off the screen on the left. So the first jump totally feels like trial and error. I mean, if you have a really good kind of mental sense of visualizing where Mario is on that slope, then maybe. But I think even if you have full visibility of it, it's not an easy jump. Oh, it's too far left. Yeah, because even if I'm able to see the wall, I don't think it makes the jump much easier. Because there's a bit of a weird arc on that one. Get under the icicle, whoops. It's okay, we'll just try to make the best of any attempt where we do in fact get across that. Because it absolutely feels like the hardest jump so far. You burn a significant percentage of attempts just getting past the first jump. But past that point is, you know, at least in the first screen, the typical kind of, you know, moderate and slightly time-sensitive precision where it's not too bad. As long as you have some finesse. This first jump, though, that's a bit rough. I guess if people have a very consistent sense of timing, then yeah. Nope. There's a very narrow pocket here. There we go. Let's not waste it. Oh, a little too low there. I was trying to spin off of that. We just spun a little close to the muncher. That was a new record. How we're doing. I'm actually thinking if we try to drop against that wall, we don't just have a slide down, we can maybe visualize the speed a bit better. Not really. We just got lucky. Nope. Yeah, we just need to find an exact rhythm here. Maybe even an audio cue. Where we are in the music. I'm trying to find it. I'm listening to the music very carefully because we can consistently get a note that is exactly what I pressed, and at least we have something that will work as an anchor. Don't quite have it yet, but we'll get there. Oh, too low. And too close to the muncher. I'm trying to listen to a very specific note in the melody. See, this is why you play with the music on, so you can try to use it as a consistency check sometimes. Not that we're doing it consistently. Okay, let's leave ourselves some headroom here. Whoops. Again, too soon, too impulsive. Oh, no, missed my timing. It's okay, we still got it. Only to squander it. Okay, getting a little more often now since we're trying to listen for a particular beat. Nope, too low. Still too early. We'll see. I mean, I feel like relative to the tuning of all the platforms that come after, the first jump just kind of wastes the player's time a little bit and gets you to roll the dice on it. But I guess if you visualize it really well off screen, then you're rewarded for that. Oh, too far left. Kind of over-adjusted. Getting a little bit more often. Nope, still trying to find it. But the thing about trying to listen for the music is that at least I can try to find a consistent point that I can adjust from. Too late. It's all right. Nope. Well, now we just have to do it by sight. Whoops.
Oh no! Oh no!
Nope.
Oh
We can
no!
try to air stall a little bit, but aren't quite getting enough height for that. Maybe we should just drop off carefully like that. Okay. Oh, try to sneak under. We overcorrected to the left that time, though.
Oh no!
I'm thinking that if we maybe even walk off the edge here, then maybe that helps in a subtle way.
Oh no!
But perhaps not.
Oh no!
So first we've made it so far as the spin jump marker past the first piranha plant.
Oh no!
I feel like with a 26-second record, it can't be that long a level, so...
Oh no!
We'll see how we do.
Oh no!
I would say definitely we close the queue by the end of this level, though, so this will be last call. Anybody who needs to get in. In fact, even after a few more attempts here, we'll... Whoop, shut it off. Whoops, that was a mistake. Fancy looking mistake, but... Let's just drop off here. Whoops.
Oh no! Oh no!
No,
Oh
just a
no!
mistake again as we were trying to land a squirrel, actually, and I didn't realize it hit the platform that early.
Oh no!
Yeah, I don't know if there's any way to make the first jump easier. I just think you just need to visualize well. Oh, I mean, you can speed through that, but you'd better expect that would happen.
Oh no!
If you really want to slip around that corner, you can try, but not recommended, I don't think.
Oh. Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, the first jump, even after trying to hone in on a method, just still feels like blind guessing, but...
Oh no!
Again, an actual precision player's mileage may differ. Oops.
Oh no!
Nope.
Oh no!
Didn't expect to slip off the corner again.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, you can tell from the depth markers they're clustered in
Oh no!
the exact spots that you would expect. She's just gonna miss
Oh
in either direction. It's a very precise window. Oh, whoops, slipped off. I mean, the thing is, in some ways, because of the nature of the first jump, I'm less worried about the clear rate. Because it's just kind of artificially deflated by that jump, right? Like, everything past that looks like it's a lot more manageable. At this point, I mean, we'll possibly hit something tougher as we get further in. correcting a bit. We're getting it more often, at least,
Oh no!
than we used to.
Oh no!
I should actually try to roll up there, but the thing is we had some accidental spins a few times, so I'm
No!
being a little wary of that.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to see that. You pretty much just have to feel it, the timing.
Oh no! Oh no!
Okay, no.
Oh no!
There we go. Let's not squander it too much. Nope, once again, we've been missing that quite a bit. I think maybe skipping around that platform when it's too high up. We're just missing that whole corner.
Oh no!
Yeah, the thing about riding it down is that it gives you a chance to adjust a little bit going into the munchers, so you don't be at the mercy of your momentum.
No! Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, the first jump is kind of unfortunate. It does kind of gatekeep the rest of the level.
No!
But at least it's up front. It's not something you have to deal with when you're very far in.
Oh no!
Unless there is another off-screen part later on. That is even more severe.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, because you kind of need to have a very specific diagonal
Oh no!
where you just don't catch it.
Oh no! Oh no!
Don't know how you're supposed to see it.
Oh no!
Well, it would be nice to have another good long
Oh
run after we have made this first jump. I don't know that we'll continue past that point, though, because this
Oh
first jump is just a little too much of a time waster. Whoa. There we go. Nope.
Oh no!
We can get to the piranhas, that would be great. Okay. Actually, we got it cleanly that time. Surprisingly cleanly.
Oh no!
So maybe there's something to the method here that we need to keep in mind.
Oh
I'm trying to pull back a little harder into the wall jump now, and it actually comes out a bit more cleanly if you just hold against the wall the whole time.
no!
Because then you can afford to go a bit later, and I think the pull back actually helps you land. It's working out better, actually. That you don't try to switch directions out of the wall jumps, you just hold back
Oh no!
continuously. And then you can afford to drop a little later if you do that, because you get a sharper angle upwards. So yeah, now that we're getting it a little more consistently, we shouldn't complain as much about it, because there actually, as it turns out, is a
Oh no!
method of sorts to do that. Okay, so we actually made maybe a slight breakthrough. We just pull back all the way and get a sharper angle going up. So that actually seems like it's a bit of a
No!
actual solution to this. Took me a long time to find that, though. Lots of rolling the dice to find that. Again, maybe it's something that precision players know. But I wouldn't have thought the angle would matter that much.
Oh no!
But yeah, it affords you the opportunity to go later on this jump without spilling off the other side and going too shallow. We're making it a lot more often now.
Oh no!
Okay, off to the plant, just a little too far left on the spin jump. Needs to be a very light spin jump. So yeah, we just hold left the whole time into the wall jump. That's the adjustment. And we need to go later. But it does expand the window for landing by quite a bit. Nope, too soon.
No!
The mantra is sometimes a little hard to visualize there. We know it's there, but, you know,
Oh no!
things can still be tricky to spot in a moment. Okay, way better now. Oh, too far.
Oh no!
Yeah, it's okay to go further, just not that far.
Oh no!
We'll try to land the spin jump on the plant. That's
No!
our benchmark.
Oh,
Too soon?
no!
World record time is about 26 seconds, and again, not much flexibility for the player, so I expect that's actually going to be a standard completion time. There's only one clear on it, at least when I load it in. So it doesn't seem like it's that much longer, that's the thing. If you can consistently get the first jump, then I think it
Oh no!
suddenly feels a lot more manageable.
Oh no!
We'll try to sneak under that.
Oh no!
It is changing my timings a little bit, but the angle is much better if we can get it.
Oh no! Oh
Oh, still too soon. Okay, there we go.
Oh no!
Just need smaller, lighter jumps here. Nope, slipped off.
No!
On the adjustment.
Oh no!
Yeah. Well, our
Oh no!
percentage of successes on the first jump has gone up dramatically. It's still not great, but
Oh no!
it's enough of an improvement that actually makes it worth doing rather than something we were tempted to drop right away.
Oh no!
Yeah, we'll just try to give it a good run. Oh, nope, too late. And again, a little off screen, so I couldn't quite see if I tripped over the muncher, which we might have.
Oh no!
Yeah, I'm not too fond of the off-screen elements on this one. It's a little bit too much guesswork. But we're trying to find a way. Oh, no, just a little bit of a late reaction to where I landed. I was trying to adjust. Oh, and you have to have a very precise landing there, probably a crouch jump. I guess it was a little bit off screen at the time because it's above where the player's camera is, so I couldn't quite see what we were aiming for. What was above it, but it is a one tile gap on top of that platform, so you just need to barely nudge it.
Oh no!
Best attempt yet by a long margin that time, so... way better than anything we've seen. Whoops.
Oh no!
And, you know, some of that we were seeing for the first time, so... it's understandable if we hit a few issues.
Oh no!
We'll probably just give us one more good long attempt, though, and I don't really expect to get the clear with the amount of the queue we still need to get through today.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Just need to land the first jump at all, and then we get a real attempt going. Oh, nope, hit the ceiling.
No! Oh no!
Too long.
Oh no!
Too long of a wait. We're over adjusting
Oh no!
and under adjusting.
Oh no!
Yeah, you really have to have a good, I think, visual imagination for
Oh
how far down off the screen Mario is.
Oh no!
And yeah, Chuck, with luck, you're back. Yeah, I'm going to move on from this one fairly soon. It's the first jump that's causing too much trouble. Too much trouble for us here. I mean, you know, we did have a method that improved on it significantly, but we're still only really gotten one very serious attempt.
Oh no!
And yeah, you're still in the queue. Don't worry about that.
Oh
We're a long ways off, in fact, so hopefully you're able to stay a while. It's okay to go FK if you're far back.
no!
I completely expect that people who queue in aren't necessarily just
Oh no!
attentive to the stream 100% until their level comes up. Feel free to have it on the background, do other things, you know. That's just how it goes around here.
Oh no!
Again, let's try to have one more good attempt to where we've made it so far, and then we'll call it from there. Nope.
Oh no!
You like to watch and listen? Yeah, that's fine too.
Oh
It's nice when we get a, you know, good strong run of levels sometimes, which we often do on the stream. That I find that the quality of makers who comes by nowadays is generally pretty high. And actually the quality of makers that comes by to my stream, I find, has generally been high by Twitch standards that we tend to get
Oh no!
a pretty strong queue here. You know, even just from a spectator perspective. Okay, well, this is... hopefully a good solid attempt this time. Not quite. Let's call it here. We got a little further than that. I'll take a look at the more info just to see how much we had to cover. The first jump just burns so much time, though. Clear check time 25 on that. Yeah, so you see around the very middle of this where we see the row of icicles as you go up and scroll up on the camera. That's how far we got. So after that, it's just a lot of the drops through the grinder blades and then the flag on the other side of the passage. It looks like there's a little bit of off-screen play again, though, if you look at how the blue platform drops are going to happen in the middle of the last section, that you kind of drop to the lower platform and you have to have a little bit of an off-screen run as you jump up and twirl towards the bottom of the flag, I think. I don't think it's a jump towards the top of the flag because the platform placements wouldn't make sense for that. Or maybe, actually, no, maybe it is. Maybe it's some kind of, I don't know, wall jump on the left or something. We can't quite see precisely, but we made it at least halfway, basically. And again, the off-screen visualization is really the obstacle there. So, yeah, short and sweet. Okay, that's a loss. I am going to close the queue after I dial in the next level. Like I said, we're going to try not to take so long with everything, but sometimes we get a bit of a mix of difficulties and lengths, and we'll try to be accommodating. 06i, you're definitely here, so we'll punch yours in, and then I will close the queue at that point. Again, anybody who's able to stay, I will try to get through everybody who's already on the list. But we'll probably have to be a little unforgiving about people who are not able to check in, just to make sure we can get through everyone who is present. So let me just close the queue and update the stream title, and we'll continue. And we'll also make sure the bot is displaying that accurately. That is closed. Good. And let's see it. Cascade Isles. Explore the lakeside of Mushroom Kingdom. Save your coins and unlock pipes. Very new upload from 06i. Yeah, check with luck if you're not too sure if you're able to be on the whole time. Don't worry about that as long as you're here when your level is called. And if I see that you might just be AFK, then, like I said, we try to be forgiving. We try to dial people back just one spot. Unless it seems like they're completely gone. Because I know that Twitch's indication of that stuff is not always accurate. And yeah, I run at a time that I know is inconvenient for everybody. Too early for EU, too late for North America. Big coin collection in this level. I think we were warned about that. I was trying to bop the chomp, but that's okay. We'll take the squirrel instead. And then there's a flying boom boom here. Does he give me a key? We'll find out. Come on. Oh, no. Too bad about the squirrel. We don't really see the flying boom boom animation in NSMBU a lot, actually, I realize now. We just don't see him come up very much as an enemy. In this style. No key. That's okay. Just checking. Is that a fire flower I see over there? Oh, we needed to stomp through to get it, so too bad. Nothing in the pipe. Clouds up there look rideable, but I think you kind of need a... Oh, and they disappeared on me. Yeah, pretty good. Well, I mean, you would probably need a squirrel. Waterfall over here. We'll get cheaped on a waterfall. You said the stream cut exactly when I said all of that. When I was talking about how... as long as you are here to check in when your level is called, we'll accommodate you? Yeah. And yeah, if it just looks like you might be here but temporarily out, we just try to bump people back one spot at a time. But again, we will... Oh, I see. Yeah, these clouds just disappeared. They're stacked in such a way that we can't reach them. Yeah, but we usually get through a good run of everybody who's able to remain. Now, I wonder if this is, in any sense, a repeatable checkpoint if you go through the other side, so you can save your coins. Yes, it is. Very important to know. And, yep, this is just purely there for the checkpoint repetition, so you can preserve coins. Safety coin over here, let's not touch it. P-switch and seesaw over here. This looks like a spiny helmet location. So this was through here. Let's check the door on the left of that. Okay. And this door up here. Oh, whoops, trying to pop him on top. That did not go well. And more doors, more key coins. And we'll see how we do over here. Just another cheap on the lake. Yeah, pretty gentle level. We just need to hunt quite a bit for everything we're looking for. So down there we see a coin, but I don't know how reachable that is from anything we're doing here. Oh, except now that we're scrolled down and we can see that you can ride this across. Is there a little boat across the river, perhaps? Then pop back up. More coins in this section. We better comb through it a little further just in case we... Oh, there's a bounce. Just in case we find anything like that. Okay, we've been here. But a squirrel will help. As long as we don't lose it needlessly. Oh, as long as we don't lose it needlessly, as I was saying. But yeah, we got a good run of coins in this section. We'll see if there are any more. Gotta get on those finds and check. Also, let's not forget to get the checkpoint, obviously. I think we checked a good bit of this section already, so let's go through the yellow pipe. The other side when we can. What happens if you stop those? Just crushes it. Okay. What about this section here? Whoa. Boom, stack. Yeah, 3 more coins plus safety, as long as we... Whoa. Don't get hit by too many things here. Yellow pipe, I think, leads you back to the checkpoint area if it's the same... Oh, no, it's a totally different yellow pipe. But this should break this area, though. And then that gets you back to the checkpoint segment from here. Well, we need to reverse to the end one first, and then we'll come back to this room. Obviously, if you do respawn from checkpoint, you will not have this broken open, but we'll use it as our momentary continuation while we look at this P door over here that we can't get just yet. Oh, a lot of cheaps. This pipe looks suspicious. We'll look here and then bust this. Yeah, those 2 doors that we see, top left and top right, that's clearly relevant to something we haven't opened yet. This area we had seen. Let's go back to the starting area. Perhaps and see what other coins we missed. Oh yeah, there's the boom boom area that we've seen before. Let's not die here. Oh. Mushroom here would be nice, so we don't die immediately. Oh, we died immediately. Okay, that's okay. We just need to repeat 1 coin. And a couple of gate openings. Oh, except we can't pop this anymore, so we'll need to go up another way. Oh yes, and the mushroom will allow me to get that fire flower. We need a mushroom to get through that area first. So let's find one. You know what? We'll open this now, but we won't get the fire flower yet. So we'll just leave it open in case we need it. Like right now, for instance. Oh. Looks like Boom Boom would be able to potentially give me enough height to go upstairs, but there's a 30 coin over there, don't need it. Not really. Squirrel. Take it. Oh, except we'll lose it. And we got a vine climb potentially up here. Let's just get rid of Boom Boom. We get a chance. Oh, no. Here we go. Vine climb on this side. Boom Boom doing flips. Yeah, he's flipping out. Oh, this bit we actually punched through before. In earlier segments. Whoops. Yeah, I don't know if the P doors here are just decorative. They may or may not be. But we definitely came through that pipe previously, so... Ah, yes, and we never actually checked all of this, did we? Like here, for instance. Okay, after this is one more coin and a safety, so we're missing one. We've got lots of time. We should try to reload to checkpoint soon before we forget. Or rather, hit the checkpoint so we can have that available to us. Yeah, we have not exited out either of those doors up top, so that's something potentially relevant. And nothing else here that we can see that's going to be relevant soon. Interesting, I wonder if we can break open some of these blocks. Probably not. And that just seems like everything is decorative there around the roots of the tree or whatever it happens to be. So yeah, we know where that pipe goes. What about this area here? Oh, that's the safety. For some reason you can't follow, that's interesting. I wonder why. I don't think it's marked as mature content. I mean, I'm not marked explicitly as family friendly, but that shouldn't affect anything. Hopefully it's not just a temporary bug with Twitch where people can't follow. Some other people were successfully doing it earlier today, though. But anyway, it's the thought that counts. Until you try to find me again to send me more levels, of course, in which case I probably actually do want to have to follow. Let's go through here. Okay, so this just opened the gate. But that doesn't really help. Except save your position here for after you've hit, whoop. The checkpoint. Now this door we haven't really gone through. Maybe it opens the other gate. Maybe it also gives you a coin though, which, oh no. Okay, at least we know what the quick passage back is once we do find one more coin. Yeah, when you follow, it keeps on following. Yeah, I wonder if it might just be... Well, depending on whether you're on PC or mobile, on the app. Whether it's an app issue. Yeah, we've been here before. That was what the key area looked like. Let's take a look. We've been here before. We sailed the boat across. But now we've been up here. Not really, but Let's try to visualize where we're going here. Oh, missed it.
Oh no!
Yeah, hopefully you're able to register to follow. Don't know why that would be. I don't think it's necessarily anything on my end. Okay, so we need to comb this whole level for the last coin. I feel like I missed one early. But we checked the Boom Boom area, we checked this Chomp area, I think.
Oh no!
There was the pipe down there at the bottom, which looks familiar. The fact that we have access to a bomb there is actually interesting. Again, P-switches look just purely decorative here, but we can't assume that. Also, no, we can't actually jump to the clouds.
Oh.
Those are also over note blocks. So we need to figure out which section we missed. No,
Oh no!
timing. Okay. I mean, we might have to do quite a bit of searching here. We're missing just one. Cheap down there. Yeah, we've seen all this stuff. Let's open up some gates anyway in case I have a spot I want to check. Sample. Here, yeah, we've seen all that. What about on this side? Doesn't look like I can go below, but we should check. Oh yeah, we can, but
Oh no!
let's think about checking that spot then. If I can actually navigate my way back. Yeah, we've seen this though because it's cheap in this area. Whoop, whoop, we're taking out. I was not expecting that little bump there. The tiny bounce. Yeah, well, no, we're just hunting for the last coin. It's just a fairly gentle exploration level where you can pick up the coins in whatever order you find them. But we are missing the last one, and sometimes with this format, you know, it's naturally a bit of a design risk that's inherent to the structure that combing the whole map for the last thing you want to collect can take some time. Yeah, you'd have to have pretty good spatial memory for where you've been. Yeah, you can't make it so you have a partial condition like the cat shines. I should give Bowser's Fury another spin. We streamed it back when it first came out. But I know that it got some kind of big performance improvement with Switch 2 that I want to take a look at. And it's such a pleasant, small scale rather, experience. The kind that's hard to come by these days. Where just something you can play again quickly. Okay, I have no idea where we missed the first one. But we'll have to look around a bit more carefully, I think. Sometimes you can see them out of view from other segments. This just gets you back here. Back to the safety area. Let's go through this pipe again and check the other side of the level. This part, which is very early on. Didn't miss this bit, but I'm trying to check more thoroughly. This was the Boom Boom area. Pipe gets you checkpoint area. This is going to be a firefly that we can open up with a mushroom. I don't know if we checked much of this side. Oh. I completely did not expect to land there. Yeah, check with luck if you want to see who's next. We can pull up the list as it currently stands. We're missing just one. Could be anywhere. Could be somewhere obvious that we just glanced over. Way to finding everything else. When we see yellow coins in a sort of diamond formation like that, though, we know it's a place that we previously checked. Oh, I checked this bit too. Maybe there's more to this area that we haven't seen. I don't know. Oh, whoops. I don't see it. Probably just in a very minute spot to miss somewhere. Nope.
Oh, no.
Well, I mean, it's not like we made any headway with that round of exploring. No, I don't think it'll be an off-screen coin. I don't get that sense from this level, that design like that. Yeah, we don't want to touch that coin because that's only as a safety mechanism against resetting and losing everything. So this bomb here is interesting. I wonder where we're able to take it. And we should keep a lookout for that. That we need to look out for forms of bomb destruction that would actually do something meaningful. Oops.
Oh, no.
Okay, how thoroughly have we checked the left side here?
Oh, no.
Well, there's the pipe over there that looks very exit only. Yeah, because this is just the intro area, just boom boom above us. And what if I had missed a coin in any of that? So we had checked this. This was one spot. I'm just trying to see if we can actually find any coins just on the layout so we can see what we're dealing with. Check that pipe. Maybe something up top? No, pink coins can't be held by enemies. So it can't be that. However, oh, here it is. Top of the waterfall. We'll skillfully evade the Cheep Cheeps, and then we'll head back to the checkpoint area. No wonder it took me so long. I was hounded out of there too. I'll just take the exit at this stage, I think. Okay. Do we want to hit that? I guess we can. Let's not drop into nowhere. And there's even a little heart here to console us for only getting 4,000 points on top of the flag.
Mario time.
Thank you for that, 06i. Fabiotics, let's take a look. Oh, you know what? We can do mouse entry. And thank you once again for waiting so long for your level to come up. We'll try to do it justice. You're gonna need those shells. 2 shells having fun. Very fresh upload. So no clears doesn't tell us anything. Reach the goal after grabbing all 100 coins. Up throws maybe? Well, I mean, that one's walking around, so we'll... oh, I guess maybe we need to juggle both shells, but in Y. Well, we'll see. Okay. $48 coins, though. Oh, well. This is the word you need to shell. Okay. So... let's figure that out. Let's not lose the shells either. Yeah, we'll transport them both. I don't know if there will be anywhere where we actually want to walk a Koopa into one of the shells. We've done a couple of shell trading puzzles in the past, and they're really quite gratifying. Oh, despawned it. Whoops. Too far. Okay. Yeah, let's keep both with us and keep them on screen. Now the vine later seems to be a bit of a problem. We're well out of practice if we actually do need to juggle. Just do this safely. Oh. Oh. We're losing that shell? No, we're not. Need to occasionally be aware of where we keep them loaded as well. Just want to get around to Chomp instead of dealing with it. Is it off? Nope, not quite. The problem is this area here. No, we can juggle it. Okay. It's okay. Nope. We got some time to work on it as long as we don't accidentally throw it off a cliff somewhere. Or accidentally bop that shell. We'll drop one and we'll carry the other one down, hopefully without making contact. That includes no contact with the spike. We had better have a plan to save one of them when we throw one. Nope. Okay. That was bad. We needed one of the shells to hit the other one. I bet. Yeah, because we needed the other shell to toss over here. Unfortunately, losing the shells like that did compromise things. But we know how this level works. At this point, we know how to get both shells over to that location. And we know what kind of things we need to dodge. So that's fine, actually. If you want to make contact with the other shell, though, you have to be careful not to throw it in the pit. You need to throw it on this side to get whatever this is. Maybe even just a coin for the clear condition, but it says all 100 coins. And okay, we have an approach. We have to remember to actually grab the coins. Because I totally wasn't paying attention to the clear condition. We were so fixated on the shells themselves. It's an easy juggle, not the kind of shell jump juggle at least. We need to not nuke the shells. Whoop, bounced all the way over. That was risky. And, oh yeah, that pops a mushroom once you up throw it, so let's be careful here so we can actually get that. Yeah, if you want to hit the thwomp with a shell, we do it from the other side so the shell doesn't fall in the pit. Okay, there we go. The other one's still alive, yeah. Oh, no. Thought we had plenty of room. And that was not the case. But we know what to do with it when it's close. We know how to get both shells over to where we need them to do the on-off toggle. Just a muncher stack. Also, one thing to be careful with is that later on when we have two shells active, if we're holding a POW, we cannot kill one of the shells with the POW. That's something really important. That we have to kind of up throw and juggle in such a way that the POWs do not take out the shells. Nope, I was trying to avoid contact there, but we just need to give ourselves more room with each shell. So yeah, there are a lot of potential traps when it comes to keeping the shells alive. We just need to be aware of them. Not bumping into those spikes onto the blue platform descent later, for instance, which we nearly did. But especially in terms of just keeping them alive and not in contact with each other. Nope, lost it. Just start over. I mean, I guess the platforms would keep it loaded, though, like the track platforms. Or am I misremembering? Anyway. Surely that gives me some room to work with here. too far off screen here. Gentle level from what we've seen so far in terms of executing it, but we do need to be careful. I mean, Cloud on Track should maybe keep it loaded, right? But then we don't want to take this one too far. Do it here. And the bridge. And then, yeah, leave it with ample room. Okay, careful. Let's leave this here so we're within range. We also don't want... Oh, we want to get this out of the way so we don't have them accidentally land on each other. Okay. Let's land this here just to get it out of the way. Land this here as well, just carefully. Careful with how we face. There we go. Now we need to make sure that we don't kill either shell. This will be a little tricky because we need the POW to not blow up the shells. I wonder if it's okay if we just keep one shell. I don't know how we can keep both. This would be a really difficult juggle if so. Because you would need to, like, basically toss, and then toss the POW. You need to be careful with contact with the shell as well. No, bad. Not good at all. Nope, that's not good. Well, I think that's probably compromised at this point, but let's do it with one and let's see what happens. Let's be really careful when we hold the dash button as well so we don't accidentally hit the shell. So I would assume that we need both shells at this point, but we'll... Ugh! You see, that's the problem, is that you know, hold the dash button into that and you get the fire flower activated. That's okay, we messed that up anyway. We need both shells alive. I think it's possible to do it if we're really quick about the POW. That you can preserve both the shells at that point in the level. Also should not forget about the coins, that's the whole purpose here. Yeah, it's a fun idea, we just are executing it poorly. Ooh, that's a risky one. Okay. Here we are. Not too far off screen. Nope, that messed it up. Okay. Yeah, you need to plan a lot of replacements pretty carefully. Yeah, so later one shell does the on-off switching, and the other one I'm sure we'll need to carry forward for something else. Nope. Never give myself enough room on the turn. Okay. That's too far. Maybe. Maybe not. Let's just leave ourselves enough room here. Not nuke ourselves in the process. Okay. Another one here. Nope. So in Mario, this is... yeah, Shell Juggle Academy. I mean, basically, well, it's more of a Shell Escort. There is a little bit of juggling later, but it's not, you know, double Shell juggling or anything. It's patient juggling. Tactical juggling. Lots of points of failure. All over the place. So yeah, we need to not despawn them, we need to not lose them, particularly from bumping them into each other. We'll definitely need to do a bit of a juggle the POW. That's the one thing that's definitely occurred to us here with that. You know, we better leave this here and turn this side without going too far off. We're too far off? No, we're fine. Stay on screen. Give ourselves enough room to hopefully make the landing. There we go. Tricky, but we got it. We'll juggle this up. Nope. Careful. Okay. We have to get him past the spike descent. And the POW will be a major test. How we're doing. So we need to walk pretty precisely here. Maybe we hug the wall, turn left. Wow, that's close. Way too close. Okay, now here's a tricky bit. We need to not get the shells so close that they run into each other. We need a double juggle. And then after we juggle them up, we fire the POW forward. No. We kind of need to jump into that, I think. No. I was just trying to set it down. Okay, well, let's try to proceed forward with one just so we know what's coming, and we can scout ahead with one shell to get up to the on-off area. It's full of disaster waiting to happen. Yeah, the thing is well, at least we're not getting a fire flower, but... Because the fire flower last time nuked the shell when we were trying to reacquire the dash button. Which is... here, and then... yeah, we have Morton in this area here. But then what's the shell gate for, whatever the last coin is? That's what we need to find out. Yeah, because it looks like we're supposed to turn with shells here. And then you have one last up throw. For the final coin. Yeah, that's what it is. It's one coin with an up throw here. So you need to make it through with the shell turning this way and that to miss the spikes. Okay. We've seen the level at least, so we just need to save both shells. So it looks like the hardest part in terms of shell conservation right now looks like the yeah, it looks like the hardest thing to do with the shell conservation is to double POW. Now the next thing after that is we need to be mindful of Morton and probably just need to hold one shell at all times in that fight, I would think. Oh, that got loaded. And tried a little too hard to avoid it. Yeah, we need to figure out the POW, but I just needed to kind of jump into some of those up throws and give ourselves lots of airtime on the shells getting out of the way. Seemed like that was the main thing there to watch out for. But the coin count is all accounted for, so we're not missing anything in that respect. But yeah, I knew there was some kind of shell check at the end, we just didn't know what it would be. And... you know, let's just pop this ourselves. Okay, now that we've got the chomp bit here. I mean, we can just go over chomp, we don't absolutely need to kill it, but... I just don't want... as much... volatility from it, I guess. The other thing too is we don't actually need power-ups like the mushroom and the fire flower, which is important to know. The fire flower actually creates some problems with accidentally nuking a shell if we're not careful with the button. Okay, here we are. This bit we can do. Yeah, and of course we'll have to deal with dodging the spikes at the end in a tight column that's kind of like this one. And yeah, check with luck, you know, you're quite welcome to stay as long as you need. Who needs sleep when you've got Mario Maker? Okay, so here's the double juggle part. That's the tricky bit. Let's, first of all, make sure we have the POW. Need to make sure we don't get the shells into trouble. Nope. Yeah, you need to really act decisively there to just make sure the POW just activates, but both shells absolutely have to be in the air at that time. I don't see a good way to do it otherwise. And the POW has to be thrown because of the way the muncher stack works. You have to do throw against a full stack. Yeah, we just hesitated too much that time on the activation. Okay, there we go. How long am I going to be streaming? Well, we'll try to make it through all of the levels from people who are in queue. Sometimes that can be quite some time. It could even be another, I don't know, 2 hours from this point, for all I know. But we'll see. Obviously, some people will drop. We might not grind out every level to completion. Depending on difficulty, we might have to take some shortcuts. And of course, inevitably, some people will leave from me running too long, so that will happen too. Okay, let's not accidentally take out either of these. Whoa, that was a tough jump. Okay, this bit we can do. Yeah, that double POW bit though, or the double juggle into the POW, that is something that you'll only really have one good shot at. So you mess it up, you know, it's not going to give you much forgiveness. Whee, too close. Off that wall. Okay, so yeah, that's the problem, is that you've got this low ceiling here too, which obstructs a jump. Okay. Also, if we fail to get a really clean first throw, we need to make sure we got it. Got it. That was dangerous. I don't know if we want the Fire Flower. I kind of feel like we don't. I feel like the Fire Flower is going to get me in way too much trouble in terms of, you know, actually not accidentally nuking the shell. Yeah, they have to be in the air to not be affected by the POW, you're correct. Yeah, we're going to skip the Fire Flower. I think it's going to get us into trouble. Now, at this point, though, once you have the on-off switch going, you only need to do one shell and keep it alive. You need to not accidentally touch anything with the shell, of course, so... Yeah, because here, once you're here, you're good. As long as you don't accidentally lose the shell on anything. Yeah, I think skipping the Fire Flower is the right call, but, you know, if we take lots of damage, we'll regret it. Okay, now we need to not hit Morphin with the shell. But I want to hold it the whole time. We don't want to get stun locked. We have to be careful not to make contact with him directly with the shell, which is going to be a tricky thing. I mean, do we actually need him? I don't know what we do, but I guess he gets us in way too much trouble if we don't take him out. Yeah, because we just need to get past this wall here. I actually don't know if the ground pound from him compromises the shell, and I don't want to find out, so... I feel like it shouldn't, but on the other hand, I don't really want to take that risk. You know what? No, lost it. Well, I mean, that's exactly what we thought would happen if we're not careful. That's exactly the obstacle that we need to be aware of. But the thing is, if you are able to take damage, you don't need to kill Morton. You can skip him. He is absolutely skippable. You need to watch out for the fire attack if it's climbing down a wall. But we've mapped everything out except the last bit here. I don't know how many times we can actually do that POW juggling bit successfully, though. That was a tight margin. Yeah, the POW kills everything grounded. There actually is an extreme edge case of how if the POW is remotely activated, as in if it's detected to be activated by something like a bomb blowing up a block underneath it, rather than Mario hitting something and Mario being the cause of whichever chain reaction is activating it, then the blue POW actually has limited range under certain conditions. Like, we've seen a lot of puzzle levels that use that property, that a remote activated POW has something like a 20 tile radius. But that's not something that we can make use of here. It's when you do something like basically a bomb activated POW from block destruction or something, you can't have Mario be detected as the original trigger of the action, essentially. I can drop the shell at the end instead of dodging. Yeah. That's true for the spike descent. Because then if you're not holding it, then you don't have the contact problem. That is very true. A couple of tricks that make the POW part easier. Yeah, we'll see if we can think of any of them. I don't want to experiment too much since we do have a method going that is getting us pretty far. Yeah, let's just get rid of this guy. It's actually okay to take a point of damage because at the Fire Flower spot later, if we're small and we just pick up a mushroom, that's fine. We just don't want to pick up the Fire Flower. So that introduces way too much risk. Makes it easier to get through the pokey, I guess, but that's not enough payoff. Whoa. What on earth? That's a surprise. Dev Star. Oh, yeah, well, yeah, and that's what happens if you have the Dev Star. You accidentally nuke that. Okay. Oh. Now we know. Can't pick that up. Took us a while to find that. Yeah, it doesn't get us anything, actually. The star is just a trap. It's a pure trap. I don't think it helps. I don't think it helps at all. How does the Dev Star even help? Yeah, that's how it helps. It helps remind you to be careful. And that's quite nice, though. I respect that. I respect the Dev Star. Very cleverly placed. We had some pretty long levels today, but they've been occasionally long in a memorable way. Let's just say that. They've occasionally reset us for memorable reasons. Yeah, let's just really careful with our range here. Oh, that's too far. No, not too far. Okay, let's avoid the Dev Star. Yeah, this is sort of unusually long for us because, you know, we usually get a kind of mix of different difficulties and lengths. And sometimes, though, things take long. That just happens. Some other streamers run some kind of time limit. They say, oh, 15 minutes per level or whatever. But I find that doesn't quite suit some kinds of levels where we want to make meaningful progress. And so we are a bit looser about that requirement. I feel like this is going to stand way too close. There we go. That's much better, actually. Okay. So here's the bit with the POW. Okay, we need to think about this. There's a better way to do it. I feel like it has to be a forward throw and a POW. We have to juggle these, but maybe there's a way to space these a little better. Okay. Oh! That just happened. That was such a good throw, too. I was so concerned about, you know, the shells being launched into the question block around a pit that the bounce on the up throw, leaning slightly forward, did not occur to me at all. So... that was an unbelievable way to fail, but okay, that's fine. We'll take it. We'll hopefully not do it twice. In that exact fashion. It was such a good throw, too, on the POW that time. What a shame. Okay. Let's do it again. Okay, let's try this. And yeah, you have a good night, Milmus, if you're going. Unless you're saying good night to somebody else entirely. Okay. Nope, let's not hit that by mistake. Now here, yeah, doing a bit of a jump out of the platform, give ourselves some space, might actually help. Like that. It's a lot better. Much cleaner. Okay, let's be careful this time with the forward throws. Okay, good. Successful. Let's not blow it from this point. We can skip the flower once again. As we're somewhat careful about Pokey here. I mean, if we take damage on Pokey, that's fine. We'll just grab a mushroom, but no, let's do it on this side. Okay, good. That was too close, but we made it. Alright, here's another round. Way too close. Let's do it again. Okay. It's unlocked. Let's just leave the shell for the moment. We don't want Morton to spin into it. That's the main thing. If we bop him, we don't want him to spin into it. I feel like that's actually a bit of a risk. And we don't want a stun lock to get us into too much trouble afterwards. Yeah, well, we can bop him, but we should leave the shell on the side over here, as long as we don't scroll too far. Or we just leave the shell even further. Like tuck it in the corner or something. No, we need to put it somewhere where he's not going to roll into it, that's the thing. Okay, no. Yeah, I was trying to bop him. Yeah, maybe if we just, make sure we don't run into the despawn range. We'll just leave it on the ledge on the left. I was thinking of leaving it on the ledge on the left, and I was thinking, no, that's too much of a despawn risk. If we chase Morton a bit too far, but instead that happened. Okay, too close. Okay, grab this, and let's just get around the chomp. Not despawn, right? Good. Okay. Yeah, it needs to be a certain number of tiles out. I don't want to take too many chances with how precisely we're counting. Okay, once again, we'll jump towards the wall and jump back out. We should maybe take a similar approach with a descent later as well, like jump to recenter so we don't need to ride the platform the whole time. And turn around on it, but, well, it'll be a bit risky either way. We need to make it that far first. Yeah. Nope. Standing in exactly the wrong place. Or rather, I didn't have the regrab ready when we had the POW land. I was so impressed with, actually landing the POW timing that time that we didn't get the follow-up. Okay. How far are we? Seems a little far. Too far. Let's be a bit more cautious. Okay, let's do this cleanly. Get past the chomp next. Okay. Just be careful here. Careful with the landing here. There we go. Okay. Same idea as before. Here's the tricky bit. Oh, close one. Almost made the same mistake. Okay, first good run here we've had in quite a long time. Let's not blow it. Wow, oh, nearly backed into that, and that's not great. Okay, this far. Okay, bait him in. If I can get him a little closer. I don't want to get into despawn range, that's the main thing. We can get him to approach, then... Oh, unfortunately if he rolls, I wonder if he's going to roll high enough to hit shell over here too. That's the thing. We need to be pretty exact about some of this. Yeah, because the risk of him rolling into it is the thing I really want to watch out for right now. I mean, we might just have to run for it and grab it. Come on, get closer. Okay, am I despawning? Nope, good. I don't care. At least I don't think I do. Oh, there we go. Okay. Progress. Ah, yeah, so it's a donut block here. Single column. We do kind of want to ride it out then, but... No, I know. This was discussed. Oh. I guess that kind of works. Okay. Okay. That took a little bit of work, but we got it. Yeah, memorable failures on that one. Definitely some very clever traps, and thank you so much for offering first clear. Because I took it. Not speed running that one, though. You see, that wasn't even that many attempts, it's just that the attempts were long, right? Because sometimes, you know, we would get several minutes in and then just trip over something silly. Especially at the POW location. But anyway, thank you so much. On balance, we had fun. And thank you for anybody who actually is still waiting in queue at this point. Did I not clear Mortis from the queue before this one? I thought we had actually just done theirs. Maybe I was wrong. Or maybe... Oh, no, I did. I just didn't see that Mortis was... Oh, yeah, no, Mortis is in this position. But let's see if they're still here. I don't think they are. Which is understandable. Oh, no, that's okay. You're here. Great. That's why I always check. Because sometimes... Oh, you know what? Hey, no, we need to show this off. Old habits. Let's do things the ergonomic way. We just need to get in the habit of doing this instead of having to tap all over the place. You were off playing Easy Endless just now. Yeah, we were playing something else that seemed endless. It just wasn't particularly easy. Simple platformer number 5. 7 one-screen snow-themed platforming rooms, 2 checkpoints. And yeah, thank you once again for waiting so long for this one. This was uploaded a few days ago and seems like it has been a hit. A huge hit this week, in fact. Enjoy your weekly medals. Because the numbers look like they should pull them, that's for sure. Then, okay. I totally wasn't really paying attention, but let's get around the plants. And... yeah, a lot of looping that we need to do here, and as long as you are reading where to go, it's pretty straightforward. There will be a P at some point. Why would there be a P? Oh, to give you the blocks to go back for the pipe entry. Okay, understandable, so we just loop around. P is going to drop a piranha plant as well, so we need to be aware of that. But it just drops it... oh yeah, no, it drops it onto the lower blocks, so I'll expect that. Plenty of time to work with that. And yeah, it doesn't force the on-off state here, so we'll just go over here and then drop in like that. There we go. I was a little worried about that pipe entry, but we got it. Then we are. Very smooth. And then here's the finish. So yeah, we had practices with this kind of thing earlier, so not terribly threatened by it. There we go. Oh, I was about to say one shot, and no, that was not a one shot. Yeah, I would not trust whatever Twitch tells you about who is or isn't online at the moment. Because it's not always accurate. Sometimes it depends on, you know, who has their sound on or whatever else. Which is why I always ask for people to check in, just in case. Okay, for real this time. There we go. Thank you so much, Mortis. It's nice to have something actually quick after some of the marathon levels we had earlier. Almost one shot, not quite. But I can see why this is so well liked. And again, you know, enjoy your weekly medals because I can see why they would be raining down on this one. So let's mark that as a win. Yeah, and like I said, sometimes people are AFK and, you know, we try to give them a bit of leeway if it looks like they're still registered as online, but... Imodist, if you're here. Speaking of which, I think Imodist was here and spoke up not too long ago, but we'll check. And yeah, there's a lot of variety in this one, lots of variety in every room, and just a nice little break from whatever else people have been playing. You know, it's the kind of level that sort of fits in well to whatever sequence of levels you're playing around it, I think. And that surely comes off well in Endless. I'm just going to wait for a moment for Imodist. I will punch in the code just to see what kind of clear rate it is. Sometimes if it's something really easy, we'll just do it anyway, but if not, we'll rotate to whoever's next, which is going to be Pitch Shifter. Well, we'll take a look at this one first and just see how we're doing. The lava shall flow about 1%. I mean, for all we know, it might be really good, but if Odist isn't checking in, I will see if Pitch Shifter is available next. And we'll just rotate one spot. And Pitch Shifter is here. Yeah, we'll do yours first, and we'll give Odist a second chance after this and see if they're back. Then GHK, there we go. Final battle from Final Fantasy V. And yeah, you'll have to translate for me if necessary. The Japanese. But let's listen to some music. Pitch Shifter's been cranking out a ton of JRPG music levels lately. And Fabiotics, yeah, thank you for staying for so long. My pleasure to play it. Oh, slow it down a little bit there. Taking out each of the Koopalings one at a time, and then... Oh, missed it. No wonder there's a pig. I was maybe momentarily distracted by the up pipe as well on the left side. If that is anything. Well, we'll see. Get you a key over here, so we'll try to one-shot this segment. If we don't do it now, we'll do it on the second run. Why did I think that was a good idea? We don't have any kind of helmet here, though. Wait, let's see if I missed something. In terms of what was supposed to get me through. I see, yeah. Helmet. Or not a helmet, a power activation. Yeah, I just missed that block completely last time, I think. Okay, a pretty good read here, and pretty straightforward, so we will redo it for the one-shots. I think it's very easily reachable, so we'll do it for the true ending. because we got the second half on the second try, and that was just after reading what was going on with the shell, so I think it's approachable. Yeah, that yellow pipe at the end of the first section definitely threw me off for a moment because I was reading where the exit was going. Okay, let's one-shot it if we can. Yeah, good to have a run of quick levels. For sure. And nope, we were a little late on the switch. That's fine. We'll redo it. Oh, whoops. Also, I don't know if it's just me, but even on the same audio setup, I actually have found that the sound output on the Switch 2 seems much improved. I feel like everything sounds better, even on the same stereo speakers that I have at my streaming desk. As I discovered from the Welcome Tour, there's actually a really nice spatial audio on the handheld and tabletop mode on the Switch 2 as well. The speakers on it are actually very nice. But there's a very stunning spatial audio demo in the Welcome Tour. That is handheld only. Yeah, and you get, I don't remember if this was the case of the Switch 1, but you definitely get 5.1 headphone surround off the headphone jack with Switch 2. You still only get stereo into my capture card, though, so... But if I have a headset plugged into the Switch, it sounds very nice. Much nicer than if I just have the pass through to my capture card. Okay, let's adjust. Nope, I missed a door entry. I was trying to adjust my position there before the auto-scroll pushed me. I knew the auto-scroll was coming, which is... Missed the door. I was standing a little bit off. I was trying to jump into position there to kind of correct for that. And that did not go. Okay. I'm sure we'll be out of here soon. Maybe. Famous last words. Yeah, this is a very smooth blind read of a level, though. Despite how I've been showing it. See, you would think that if you stand a little bit to the left of the door, at least when the auto-scroll pushes you, if you're holding up, you just enter, but it was just completely out of position. There we go, and now we get a proper victory theme. That's a win. Okay. Thank you so much for all the GGs earlier, now that I've actually earned them for real. And again, to BitShifter for the level. Okay, second and last call for Imodist. If they're not here, then we will remove them and go on to the Whack-A-Jack if the Whack-A-Jack is here. The Whack-A-Jack is listed as online, so again, you know, oh yeah, you just said GG, so yeah, you're definitely here. Yeah, we'll remove Imodist and go to Whack-A-Jack then. Okay. Let's get this going. Galaxy Coin Collector. Mario's Coin Collection. 4-minute record on it. Let's see how we do. And it is a clear condition level, so we'll do it in one segment. 600 coins. Well, let's not miss a spot. Particularly with any of the blocks. Is it going to roll down and give me all these? It should. Let's smash. We'll grab this other coin down here. Yeah, we'll go back up there for the on-off switch after we finish collecting these ones below. And let's give it a slide. Hope I didn't miss a spot over to the left there. I guess we should check. I don't think we did, but it just went up. Okay, that's fine. So currently we're at 99 going out of this section. And that's 100 after this pink coin. Okay, after coin 5. Just so we can keep track of where we are in the level. I will not go through this until we've collected all these, just in case. 159 at the door. And thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, this is a Spiny Hat gate. This is a Fireflower gate, that's just what it's telling you, and then we go through here. Yeah, thank you so much for the follow from both. Yeah, we'll eventually have to come up from below, and then with the Spiny Hat, we go back to the hub. So until that point, though, we'll just come through as much as we can. Yeah, a good bit of variety to this for something that's clearly built for easy. It's kind of an underserved function in Mario Maker, I think, to build things that are interesting but super, super accessible for novice players, so. Or just ones who, you know, want a little bit of a break and want to just see lots of shiny coins get collected. And of course, if anybody actually seriously wants to speedrun this, they can, but it won't be me. Yeah, not really gonna have a source of damage here unless, of course, you know, picked up the spiny shell instead of wearing it and decided to whack yourself with it. Fireflower, of course, is going to get us through the fire gate that we saw before. We're at 442 going into that. We're 58 coming into here. Yeah, we'll just bust these. And all the way down here as well. Yeah, you're saying this level seems to be pretty enjoyable even for a beginner player? Yeah, I feel like it's definitely designed that way. And that there's lots to do if you're just, you know, taking it easy and don't want to be under threat or pressure or just learning a good run of different abilities in the game. So, thank you so much for that, and also for waiting so long to show us this one here. We're, of course, quite a ways off of the record, currently. VR user Chuck with luck, thank you for staying up so late in your time zone. We made it to you. Hopefully it's not quite sunrise yet. You did tell me what time it was in your time zone earlier, and so I think it's probably still dark out, but we're here. Hey, wait. I was too busy chatting, and, you know, we need to demonstrate this properly. Let's do this. In spite of the fact that it entered almost the entire code, I mean, what am I doing tapping like that? I need to break old habits. And do it right. Yeah. 352, I guess that puts you in mountain. The flaming underworld. The underworld went in flames and it somehow brought... Oh, skewers and such. Okay, yep. Let's take a look. This is about a 3%. We'll take it. Also, let me just see how much we're dealing with after this. We'll actually get through a good chunk of this, I think. Whoops. As long as we don't get hammered all over. Or stun locked for that matter. Oh. Okay. Yeah, couldn't quite see what I was looking at, what was on, but that's okay. Let's just leave him. Oh. How come my spin missed there? Thought I was getting a spin on top of him. A spin wall jump. And of course we need to spin on top of this guy. Let's just work on a reaction time here. Oh, it's fine.
Oh no!
Can I not actually spin while jumping off? Wait, hang on. I'm doing something wrong. Okay, let's do this properly. Yeah, we can, but we can also just kind of do a roll wall jump here. Maybe. Oh, yeah, he is a bit tall. That's true. So maybe we should use the cannons. Yeah, okay, let's go back and do that. That's fine. We'll figure it out ourselves. It's just a matter of getting things to line up the right way. There we go. We'll just go through here instead and then spin over this guy. Oh, whoops. Sloppy of us here. And we just need to watch out for the parachute pattern a little bit. Skewer's not going to go too far here for us, though. Just stand. And stand. Okay. Tricky, but we got it. Yeah, it's probably the big one holding the key. We'll just try to get in a position where we can do something about that. No, it's not the big one holding the key. Okay. Okay, let's not neglect the checkpoint, and then Oh no, it's just ceiling. Oh, fire flower though. A bit of a tight spot to get it, but we'll do so. Not that it's any help against spike tops whatsoever. Oh, oh, didn't see this guy. Don't tell me that's a hard ceiling. That is a hard ceiling. Okay.
Oh no!
Yeah, I couldn't see that when it was out of view in the camera. I mean, maybe I guess if we were paying attention as we were jumping towards the fire flower, we might have noticed that, but... Now, let's see if... Oh, mushroom here. And then let's see if this is... Okay, this is progressive. So we want to run right to grab the mushroom and then grab a fire flower after this. Yeah, the swamp is a little bit of a blind snipe here. I guess you're supposed to wall jump in between those columns, but you can't actually see them placed there or coming. You know what, we'll just rush it. Except we'll need to spin on top of this one. That's fine. Nope, nope. I was trying to get out of there. That was not quite successful. Otherwise, we could have gone for the flower. Yeah, I'm not too fond of doing precision corners, so... Well... Obviously, there's going to be a thwomp that... Whoops, I didn't look at its starting position here. I thought it was going to back out further. Obviously, there's going to be a thwomp that comes down to break everything on the right side after that. Yeah. No, we're supposed to kind of wall jump it. Or seriously, we'll just take damage boost. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we'll just let things get out of the way. You're saying the Thwomp's hitbox is pretty small, yeah. Well, this looks like it's something. Oh, spike ball, okay. Anybody home up here? Door and a pipe. Interesting. Okay. I guess we'll check these. Okay, how far did it go on the track? Let's take a look. Don't mind the spike top though. And the chomp. Well, let's let them go around here. Oh, there are a few, okay. It's fine, we know these are safe locations, so we'll just go. And we'll just follow over here and see what happens. But yeah, it looks like we get a couple of different passages through the castle if we want them. Oh, whoops, I was not meaning to jump that soon. Hang on. I was just trying to scout on the camera a little bit. I didn't mean to hit that right away, but that's okay. Got this. Can't quite see my landing down below here. Okay, that's fine. And then we have this area here, which looks like it's probably the way forward, but... Oh, okay, because it gives you the option of taking it with bombs instead. I don't know if there's anything interesting we can do by taking any bombs further, but we'll... maybe get rid of some of this stuff first. We'll hot potato this one across to see what we can do. You're saying this is one of your shorter levels? Yeah, that's fine. Let's just toss them. Looks like this is actually safe. That's not safe. Yeah, we can take some alternate routes. Oh, whoops. It's dead already. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. Would have been nice to keep that, but it won't depend on it. Again, we'll just do it this way instead. And take it easy. Yeah, so this is a small Mario only path. That's fine because we're small, so we can take it. I'll catch up on your messages about your level in just a moment. We'll just tuck in here first. Let everything come back. 3 alternate routes that you can see here. Slow and steady, fast and precise, and straight up running through it. Yeah. Well, always nice to have a variety of approaches. Oh, we didn't get far enough to spawn the set, did we? Yeah, we didn't. I should have pushed ahead a little further to make sure we had enough room to work with here. Yeah, we can kind of wall jump out with... Well, never mind. Maybe not. It's okay, there's a good timing that we can find. Just can't necessarily grab that mushroom right away. Yeah, if we can get it in both power-ups for the flower, that would have been nice, but we won't depend on that. When am I going on the live stream again? We usually do Mario Maker at around this time every week. I might change the schedule at some point because I've been trying to move it to a different day, but we haven't done that yet. So, yeah, viewer levels I usually do around this time on about a weekly basis. Sometimes we do a little bit more Maker other times as well. Lately, of course, because we've been playing so much new content on the Switch 2, that's kind of been the main priority in the middle of the week, but we try to do Maker roughly every week unless a big new release is really diverting all my attention. Oh yeah, because you said you had trouble following, right? Yeah, hopefully you can get that to work later if you want to be sure. Also, we do have some automated alerts that are in the Discord, as well as other updates in my schedule when I have them. There's Buster here, we won't take the bomb. Okay. We know this is safe. We know the next one is safe. We know the one after that is most definitely not safe. Got a bonsai bill over here. Or whatever their new name was, we really haven't been paying attention to that. There we go. And yeah, it was a short one. As you said, we just saw one route, I guess, but we'll take it. And yeah, whatever works best for you in terms of what stream alert system you like, we'll try to provide accordingly until you get the follows sorted out. But thank you once again for submitting the Flaming Underworld. You know, let me see how we're doing for the remaining people in the queue first and who's actually still here. If we don't have much coming, then maybe we can take a look at this. I currently looking at what Twitch thinks. It thinks Blitzclock is here, but that the other two are not. I think Mill Moose actually did say goodnight earlier as well. You know what? Here's what I'll do. If Blitzclock is here, well, if anybody in the order is here, do speak up. If Blitzclock is here, we'll look at their code first, and we'll see how we're doing for time. If nobody is actually here and checking in, we'll just do another route on this one now. Yeah, we might even go back to this one regardless if you're able to stay, but let me just go through the queue first to make sure we're not keeping people waiting. So let me just double check Milmoose and then the Gasty guy, both of whom I think are long gone, but again, Twitch can't be wrong. So let's check all three of them first. Yeah, the Gasty guy I think is also gone, but we'll verify that. And if I remove anybody by mistake, do speak up. Blitzclock is listed as online, but I would like to verify it first. I will check the code first, though, just because that's our policy. And then if they don't speak up, then what will happen is I'll just do more routes on the level that we just saw. And if they're still not there at the end, then we'll just end on that today. Because we're running pretty long, so. So let's just see what this is. If it's something that's also, you know, high clear rate and short, we'll just take it immediately. Oh, it's actually just a maker code, so. Looks like a lot of these are comparatively simple, but I think I'd rather wait for Blitzclock to actually acknowledge. Yeah, because I remember I liked what he showed us previously, so in that case, you know, we'll wait to see if Blitzclock says anything. If not, oh yeah, you're here. Okay, so do let me know which one you would like me to play. The last one that we saw here was Showdown with Larry. Most other things we have not seen, actually, so whatever you recommend. Have I done Trap House? No, this is the newest one. Let's do it. I see world record by Squink. This one, Squink comes by every now and then over here too, so let's take a look. And thank you once again for waiting so patiently, Blitzclock. I know you've been Blitzclock, rather. Not Glitzblock, Blitzclock. Yeah, thank you for waiting so patiently. We will try not to run into every single boo. Check with luck. Let's see how quickly we can do this. It looks like it's a high clear rate, so if we're through it quickly, I really don't mind going back to yours for another route. Since you've been staying and hanging out for so long. You did pass out for a little bit. Yeah, that happens. People do tell me that they use my stream as a sleeping aid. Anything under this door, I guess it's just a dropout. 1 coin at some point. Try to maintain some sense of space here. Going up. Okay, well, I mean, we had a power up, so that's just going to happen. It's like a power up check, essentially, so. Yeah, we try not to, you know, scream at the viewers in excitement out of nowhere too much. Because that might subvert expectations. You know what? Let's try to kill this one. And it broke a block for us too, so maybe we can do something here. Oh no, it's just a little attempted scare, I guess. Okay. And yeah, I'm aware that I run my stream at a time that's deeply inconvenient for everybody. Oh, if you fail to open up this bit here, by the way, this is totally a lock. So for example, if I'd taken damage here, I mean, I guess we're not behind checkpoint or anything, but this would definitely be a full reset if I somehow bombed myself and lived to tell the tale. Which is the issue with kind of single spawns like that, where you just have something spawning up the block. And there is, in fact, a checkpoint in this level, but just hopefully not get caught on anything afterwards, and we got caught right away at a checkpoint. I wonder if this is completely sealed over here. I suspect it might be. Yeah, let's just not completely spill over here. Lost a mushroom, though. There's 2 bombs? Okay. Yeah, that might work better. And then we'll check everything. Never know what these boos are up to. Now, I don't see a way up here, but there could be something below for all we know. There is. Well, let's check. Very Nintendo-style ghost house to have that kind of area here. Anything in the middle? Not really. Well, let's see. There has to be a way to progress through here. We just need to find it. Surprise. Very colorful. I mean, I guess that does all the work for us. And of course, we saw quite a lot of on-off switching back into house. That we'll potentially be looking for. I don't know if there's a way to maybe manipulate this such that you can re-enter this room and spawn all the bombs and, you know, blow up the hard blocks on the side. That's the first thing that we'll check, probably, with this pipe. I suspect it'll dump us somewhere where we can't reverse, but... actually, those bombs are going to come down, right? And then... Oh, can't really make much use of them here, though. Okay, that's fine. On-off was activated, but we didn't get trapped by it. I was hoping to grab something to break the scroll break on the wall, actually. I'm going to try it. Okay, luckily we might still be able to jump out here. Whoops. You're saying going left or right is a dead end. Okay, I see. Yeah, because I see all the hard blocks here, and I just immediately think, well, that's scroll break waiting to happen, so... Not that we have much of an opportunity to stomp on anything here. Yeah, because... I mean, I guess now that it's completely open, maybe we can step on something. But with the bombs kind of being in a big stack, we'd have to take damage to do that. That's okay. We'll trust you on that. We can look at the more info screen or something afterwards. Yeah, because it looks like if you grab a bomb, you can hot potato it here, right? Like, if I knew that was the exit, I would totally escort a bomb in this location. Because I was totally able to grab a bomb and take damage, unless, of course, we just lost all the bombs on the stack. Okay. Nothing here. Double check. Reload a pipe. Think so. Oh. It dunked. We'll let it do its thing. You hear the chain chomp in the background, yeah. Totally picks up on the mic, doesn't it? Anyway, we're supposed to go... Well, oh, something dropped on me. I did not see that coming. Would be extra work because you already gave me bomb strap pipe. Oh yeah, okay. Short-term memory here. And then, right, we know it's going to be this side. Whoops, if we do this first. Oh, almost ran into that. But yeah, the bombs that you were supplying there. Guess you really wanted to speed through this bit. Well, let's check these blocks once again. I don't remember what was here, just mushrooms. Now, here's an interesting implication, though. If I'm overlapping the red blocks, let me just try something. Because on-off is going to activate while I'm standing here. Okay, I get pushed out. Oh yeah, because I got squished here, but... There's a particular sort of extreme edge case entry timing that would actually be able to go through with the flipped on-off state. I'm not going to do it because it's actually very difficult to execute deliberately. Had it come up as a secret in some other levels before. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, there's the exit. Or so we think. Time to blow up everything on the left here. No. Guess that's it.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Yeah, Nebra's Hero, the queue is closed, but we actually just finished the last level in it. The only thing left to do was we were going to go back to an earlier submission just to check an alternate route. But if you have something that's relatively short, I'll take it. I don't think I'll take a big, difficult grind at this point because we are winding down. But since you arrived just as we were finishing, if you have something that, you know, would fit quickly, I'm willing to take it. If you have something that's going to be a little bit more demanding, I'd rather save it for another session because we can't stay much longer today. We're well over how long we usually like to run. But if you have something, just punch in your code. I mean, you know, technically the bot is closed, but if you just give me your code, I can look at it. And yeah, check with luck if you're able to stay. You know, we'll take a look at that alternate route as well. Thank you once again, Blitzclock, for this one. Yeah, if you have an easy and good one, just punch it in. I will open just for you. Just put it in, and we'll close up right away. And yeah, check with luck. If we do that quickly, we'll definitely still go back to yours. So this is for Nebra's Hero only, the opening here. So please add your code and we'll take a quick look. Yeah, I can see your code in the chat and I can enter it. Just so you know, the bot doesn't process it very gracefully when it doesn't have dashes, but that's okay. We'll punch it in. I mean, I can read it. You don't... The bot really doesn't matter at this point. Yeah, Barnstorm, quick, everyone. Add, you know, the entirety of your full-scale Metroid remake. Another Metroid 2 remake. Speaking of which, Barnstorm, I do mean to do Team Music World fairly soon. I was trying to fit that in before Switch 2 came out, and we just couldn't get around to it, but that is in the plan. So I'll try to alert you to that. Anyway, Nebra's Magic Mirror, 5 sections, 1 checkpoint. Let's see it. Yeah, you came at just the right time, so. Yeah, Barnstorm, hope you're doing well as well. Let's not die to every boo here. Oh, I see. Yeah, because the other side tells you what to expect. If you look at the right side of the screen, then it tells you what to do, except it's a mirror reflection. So we go to the close position here. Also, we know that there's going to be a vine over here. Yeah, nice concept. I'm glad I got onto that relatively quickly. Interestingly enough, I think we'd be able to... no, I don't think I can really pick that up. No, we can't. That's okay. We should have just let it detonate. I was trying to figure out what we could do with it. But yeah, we just need to read one side of the level to decipher what's happening in this one. Now we'll just pop one. Okay, and then let's read what's going on. On the right side, nothing of note yet, except that we need to get down to this door once we grab something like a mushroom or... Oh, no, there's a question block on one row here. We'll just wait for it to come down. Possibly it's a mushroom to smash that. But we will see. Okay. Yeah, very nice. And then just a little mushroom check over here. Okay, now we actually get a light puzzle segment of sorts, maybe. So we see Fire Flower and Power available. We need essentially a 2-power activation. I'm trying to look at the munchers and determine if they're kind of hard to stack or loose stack. In case it matters, activating the on-off switch just opens up the routes up to the top. Now, but then if you hit each of the question blocks, then you have something that you can actually climb. So let's do that. And read this accurately. There we go. And we'll obviously use the Fire Flower here. Come on. We are. And there's going to be the third power up top as well. But you can also, because, yeah, of the way it's stacked, you can just take out 2, which means that we might potentially smuggle a POW. Which I'm totally going to try. On the other hand, maybe you just need to grab a spring. I'm just looking at what we can do here. Because we can totally grab those on the left. But we come here. We'll do that. And I'm sure that we can kind of upthrow these a few at a time. In fact, oh, no, that's a bad idea. I can't make it. Whoops. You know what? No, we can get out of this. Oh, no, we can't, because I was thinking, oh, you upthrow an object to the on-off switch, then what you can do is get out the left by placing the POW under the pipe. But whoops, we actually have no more objects to throw, so I might have created a problem for myself here. I think I did, in fact, lock myself. Okay, that's fine. You think the mirrored side feels somewhat off? Oh, I don't know about that. I think it is an accurate representation. I think I actually did lock myself. Did we pass a checkpoint? Maybe we didn't. We can just redo though. Let's see, because yeah, if you just toss, oops, well, I mean, it's an up throw with a power, so obviously it's going to hit every single column along the way. Then, let me just read. You know what, let's just redo it as quick. Yeah, no, I can see that as a lock. I was just to determine. Yeah, I guess if you up throw both of the whoops springs, that's not a good idea. I misread the semi-solids a bit there. That's what happened. I bet we can do things by just smuggling a Goomba as well, but maybe not because it will not remain down for long enough. But if you kind of pause it like that. Oh. Now let's see what happens with the bomb. I'll take it through. I feel like that's going to get me in trouble. That's okay. We'll do it. Okay. Checkpoint over here. Okay. Take it through. In case anything interesting happens. So one of the interesting things that can happen, of course, is that you can activate this on-off switch with it, but then that makes no difference whatsoever. And when we activate a POW, it's just going to launch the Goomba anyway, unless we put to use all the juggling practice that we got in that earlier level. Yeah, let's... let's just kill it. Too much work to try to keep it alive through the POW anyway, so let's just do it. Anyway, yeah, if you make direct contact with a POW, then you take out two at once. What do we see here? Also has an interesting implication in that it means that we can continue in this location. Even without the additional POW, we can continue this location in the on state. I don't know if that would affect anything later in the level, but it's worth testing. Yeah, because otherwise, there are different things that can happen here. We can have the additional POW. We can also just have the on state here, which may or may not matter. There will be a P-switch here if you want to do the maze. Do we want to do the maze? I guess we need to smash the hard block at minimum so we can actually get up there. So let's do that, I guess. Yeah, that's going to break that open. And this is functionally equivalent, because... Notice that you would only have, I think, the one opportunity to hit the on-off switch if you do this and you stall out and miss it. Luckily, we already have it correctly toggled. And then it's just telling you which pipe it is. Notice that the mushrooms don't match. But we're not going to be picky. And as for this... Well, the P-switch on the right is going to reveal some information about the pipes. It's going to tell us to go through the furthest one. Now, as for this part, yeah, the conveyors are opposing, so you just need to send them far enough to drop the P-switch. And then the P-switch is going to tell us something. Probably not the diagonal one, I would guess. If we come down here while P-switch is still active, does that affect anything? No, it just gives you the THX. That's fine. Very nice synchronization here of the cat paws tapping along to the completion melody at the end. That's a nice touch. Okay, thank you for that. Alright, as promised, we will go back to Chuck's level just to see at least one alternate route. And then we'll call it from there. Thank you once again for the level, Nebris. Glad we could fit you in. So yeah, let's just try to get through this one again quickly. I don't know if we'll do every route. We'll try to show off at least something other than the small Mario door that we took earlier, though. Oop. And then we'll definitely finish with this today. Oh, whoops. That's fine, we'll just wait for these. Or not. One of the two alternate routes I've never completed is slow and steady and straight up speedrunning without dying. Okay. Yeah, we'll see how readable that is. I mean, sometimes it's kind of obvious what the timing will be when you see segments like that. Sometimes it can be the case that you can't actually figure that out with the maker in the room telling you. So, you know, it can be a mix. So we'll see how it goes. I don't know if we'll have time to do both, but we'll definitely try to give things a proper look here. Whoops. Yeah, one thing to be aware of as well is how the skewer timing is potentially affected by how the player is scrolling into that segment, if I recall. Whoops, let's go over. And that's good, we'll just grab the next mushroom. Nope, that didn't go. Nope. Didn't even see that bullet. Or rather, just wasn't paying attention. It's okay, we'll just try to get back to the checkpoint area relatively soon. Oh, no. Just, that was very much accidental. And we'll just watch the drop there, too. Being a little bit sloppy here, but that's okay. Yeah, we just won't deal with the thwomp if we can avoid it. No, that's okay. Loving all the timings here. Let's let the bullet get out of the way, though. See how to proceed from here. Nope. Yeah, we want to, of course, get back to the segment where we can see the branching roads to begin with. Oh. No, always slip up a little bit here. It's a tricky location. And here. Ah, we're just being sloppy. We play a little more cautiously here, and then, yeah, the small one has the key. You know that from experience now, and we'll just take him out quickly. You said you just noticed what you said in the same speed running? Ah, maybe. Let's get over here and catch this though if we can. And of course we won't take the path that therefore requires small Mario. Defeat the purpose of keeping the power-ups as well as we have. We better let the spike tops go so we have a bit more headroom. Oh, no. What a slip. What an incredible slip up. In a very easy spot. Oh. I've been a little bit slippery about the wall jumps today. For sure. Let's let this pass for a moment. Also, yeah, I never tried entering this pipe. We should try it. No, no entry, but then we'll go not through the door, but I see, because there are two routes here, right? No, that's a spike ball. Let's go here. No, that's not it either. Okay. Oh, I wasn't watching that. I didn't see that there would be something. Well, then we're back here. Okay, then what's the branching route then? Because I thought this was a branch. Because I saw all those pipes. Did I miss the branch already? Yeah, no, I thought that the branch would be one of those pipes from what I had obviously not checked, but I guess. You're saying run through to a precise corner and run back for the hidden one. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure which location you mean. Oh, you mean at the power-up location where we get the flower? Yeah. We go flowers. Wait, so we haven't yet done anything differently from what we had last time. Oh, come on, get out. Nope, missed it. That's okay. Just get out. Wait, so what's the alternate route then? That we've been told about. Because this is already completion, so. Yeah, way earlier, yeah. Okay, so we didn't actually get to see the alternative. Yeah, no, I thought it was totally going to be that whole series of pipes with spike balls because we hadn't actually checked any of the pipes. But yeah, that's okay. I don't know if I can stay for another run, to be honest. We are just way over today. But that's okay. We got the 2 clears on it. And thank you for staying so long. Too bad we couldn't show the thing that we hoped I would actually discover. But yeah, if it's not something that's a location that has some kind of visual clue to it, I think that I was unlikely to get it just on this run. If it's something where you needed to run into a particular corner to, be in range of triggering something. Because the thing is, in a level like this, there are a lot of spots that the first time I kind of die to checking a ceiling above the thwomp, for instance, it's going to discourage me from doing similar things over the rest of the level. So, if I try to check for certain locations and I see that something like a slot above a thwomp off camera isn't safe, then it starts sending me the message that I shouldn't poke around too much in some ways. And I usually wind up poking around anyway and trying things, but I might have missed some exits because of that very small change of mentality. Particularly, if we don't have the benefit of having the maker with us here in the room, which would be the case for anybody playing this randomly. And anyway, thank you so much for showing us this. And I'm glad we got to comb through it that many times. We are taking off. Thank you so much for all of the levels today from everyone who showed up. As always, we will have stream plans on the Discord every now and then, and also VODs now all go to YouTube, usually within a day of the stream, if anybody needs to review any footage for playtesting purposes or just your own entertainment. We're going to send you on to a raid somewhere else in just a moment, but of course, Mario Maker comes back almost every week at around this time slot, and we'll be showing off a lot more that's been going on the Switch 2 elsewhere in the week. Mostly Mario Kart lately, but sometimes other things happen. So, stay tuned. We will see if we can find a good place to drop you folks off. And thank you for watching. As always, have a wonderful time with whatever you have been making or playing or otherwise experiencing. And as always, fare thee well.